of you in this country, Bharat, India, and elsewhere all over the world. This is 30th April 2020 and Suraj Singh, International Professional Engineer, Civil Engineer, Chartered Engineer India, Bharat, talking to you today about further explanation of the Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter 1935. This is third statement today, third talk today in this connection. First talk was conducted on 28th, second on 29th, and today it's third one regarding that issue, a very important issue for engineers in this country as well as all over the world, because our engineers work all over the world and particularly in Middle East and GCC countries. It's a problem in our own country, that is India, Bharat, that we do not take ourselves seriously. And before that further explanation, I shall like to refer to Constitution of Bharat, India, Bharat Samvidhan, which is very important to me as a citizen of this country. As a citizen of this country, I have full pride that I belong to this nation and I move under mandate of Constitution of India, Bharat, which is my power as citizen, as subject of this nation, Bharat. I am a part of the statement that is, we people, the people of this country, Bharat, having solemnly resolved to constitute this nation, Bharat, India, into a sovereign, socialist, secular, democratic republic, so as to secure to its people, to its citizens, justice, liberty, equality, and you can say for that to create every citizen having dignity, integrity, fraternity, brotherhood, and all that. This justice, the equality, this liberty is actually fundamental attributes that every citizen in this world requires, seeks, aspires. If you have no justice, so at social level, at economical level, at political level, you can't be considered a human being but a slave. If you don't have justice at all these levels, your mind cannot be dynamic, you cannot think. If you don't have liberty to think, to write, to express, to worship whatever you want or not to worship, you cannot have conscience. Your conscience shall become dead. And if you are not free, if you don't have opportunity of equal being, equal citizen, having equal rights and equal exposure, you cannot be called a person or a professional. So as a person, if you want to measure yourself completely, if you have a complete personality in yourself, you have to get all these symptoms, all this pathology that comprises all these attributes which come from preambles of our constitution. This is in totality, you can say, reflection of a citizen of this country, that one must get justice at social level, economical level, political level, and must have a right to think, to speak, to whatever imagine, to conceive, to express, to trust, and pray whatever wants to pray, and of course have exposure to world in every field. Is in fact, this is total personality given by society to each individual based on our 5 attributes that are sovereign status, republic status, socialist status, secular status, and democratic status. I think this is in totality you can call We enjoy this from our law number one, our own enactment, not by parliament, not by someone, enactment of public of this nation. So this applies to everybody, and that's what I first talk of this before jumping on to something else. It's like, it's like a prayer you do before you do something for your personal life, for your private life. Just it's a prayer for you being a part of this nation, being a member of this nation. That's very important part. Everybody has to understand this way. Unfortunately, educated people who must have this character to understand, but they don't have, they miss somewhere. And those who are not very educated, they too also do not conduct in that way, but one day or other you have to do that. You cannot avoid that. This is just brief explanation of that I given, because it belongs to me, it belongs to you, and it belongs to everyone. Everyone, and also to those who do not belong to this country, who are here residents from other country, it applies to them as well to some extent. So this is, you can say, universal document which I own and which you own and which everyone owns here. That is your property, and in relation to this we own our legal framework, complete legal framework. That framework which comprises of current laws and laws that worked before 1947 and shall work forever, time to come. That is my pride, you can say. I drive my value, my legal value from that description, from that document that is known as Constitution of India, Bharat ka Samvidhan. And I raise it, I value it, I keep it on my mind and my head when I belong to this country. And you must realize this fact. When I talk of other laws whatsoever enforced, I talk including this law, because every law is framed in compliance to provisions of this constitution. So when I talk of the Institution of Engineers India Charter, this talk includes this law first, Constitution of India, and then Charter, because had there been no Constitution of India, there would have been no Charter, because when this Charter was incorporated to us, it was awarded to Institution of Engineers India. That time we were ruled under Government of India Act, Government of India Act 1935, which was before Government of Act 1919. So in replacement of that, Constitution of India came into power. So it's a sequence of, you can say in continuation of Government of India Act 1935, which was repealed under Constitution of India article, and also Independence of India at 1947 was also repealed at the same time. So Constitution of India has replaced Government of India Act 1935. That's what history of this. This means at that time Government of India Act was in force on date when this charter was awarded to members of institutions of Engineers India, because it is addressed to members of Institution of Engineers India, means all those members constitute the Institution of Engineers India, Bharat, not body, not building, not something else. All those persons, members of Institution of Engineers India at that time, were greeted by this charter that is known as Royal Charter of Institution of Engineers India 1945, in which connection I had already talked twice, one on 28th of April 2020, yesterday 29th April 2020, and today 30 April 2020. I have talked about this in common in relation to Constitution first day, and I just narrated text of that charter. Yesterday I explained something on that, certain my explanations in my PowerPoint presentation, which today I continue in that regard, with an assumption that public may find some interest in that, and even if public may not find some interest because it's not very common issue, it's related to in general all engineering community of this nation. Of course public is there, but unfortunately I have noticed that engineering community is also silent. They are not interested. I have seen, I experienced that we have to change our attitude. We have to change our attitude. This is demand of time, not only in this country, all over the world. We have to be smart enough to understand all these documents, all these laws, in addition to our own professional subjects, because this is also a subject that of my profession, your profession must have. And if we cannot study in our time of engineering education, we can follow up later on, just like we learn everything else. Everything cannot be taught in universities and colleges during their scheme or program of education. That's not possible. It is CPD, which is a very important part of profession. If you don't update on CPD, you are thrown out from profession. Example, suppose you pass an engineering degree and you don't work in engineering, then you cannot be called an engineer. Yes, you may be having degree or whatever, it doesn't mean anything if you don't apply that. In profession, application is very important. It's not BA or MA or some other degree which is literature based. It's a practice based degree. Just like engineer, medical science, or all others who work in field, what they learn they apply. It's same thing, what you learn you have to apply in field, and that's why it's called profession. Application of knowledge is called profession. Application of advanced knowledge is called profession, and learning advanced knowledge is called professional knowledge. So we have to understand meaning of profession. If you open a dictionary to say what's the meaning of profession, you will realize what meaning of profession means. You will realize what meaning of charter means. You will realize what meaning of all these terms means. Charter simply means it's written grant of rights by sovereign or by ruler of whatever country. That's the basic meaning of that. Written rights. For example, you are having a constitution that is a written rights for everybody in this country. Actually, that is a charter of India. Charter, Rajpatra you call it. Royal charter is Rajpatra, and charter is Adhikar Patra in Hindi. When you say royal charter, this means Rajpatra. Whatever letter issued by ruler, sovereign, that is Rajpatra, and whatever letter issued directly for your rights, mandating your rights, that is called Adhikar Patra. So you have to understand difference. And also when two parties agrees for something mutually under certain law, that is also called rights. That's also called Adhikar Patra between those two parties, which mean a contract. We call Indian Contract Act. Before that, I explained that one to you at length. What is Contract Act applicable in India, without which nothing moves. So this is in continuation to that one. It's a kind of agreement among all members of this nation under authority of ruler, that we have been given this right, this status, this limit, that we are engineers and this institution is institution of engineers. This is what I try to explain to people what it is. And it's not simply that it's very old or it was given in 1995. It's not my fault if it was not amended. It's neither your fault if it's not amended. It's fault of those who deal with amendment of laws. It's fault of those who do not review laws. It's fault of those who do not appreciate valuation from time to time how these laws work. It's not our fault. It's fault of those people which is called parliament. It's their fault. Which is called legislature. It's their fault. So why should I suffer from that fault, and why should we suffer from that fault? Whatever it is, if 18th Century Act can be accepted, so it is. So simple. So we should not mind that, and we should not have friction among ourselves being engineers, because unfortunately it is this community of engineers who do not analyze what laws are. what their rights are, what their profession is, what their occupation is. They want to keep off from that, and that's the reason that they are not valued properly. If you do not value yourself in profession, nobody shall respect you. You may have many institutions in this country, that's right of every citizen. You can form a society, you can form an association. This is a right that comes from Constitution of this country. You can see fundamental rights and other rights. Everyone has got right to formulate or to constitute or to establish any association according to law. But that doesn't mean that it's chartered association. That means an association registered under Societies Act. That's very general. Every association, every corporate, everyone is registered under certain law. For example, companies are registered under Companies Act. Similarly, associations are registered under Societies Act. And for example, doctors are registered medical professional under Medical Council Act previously, and now also same. Chartered accountants and others are registered. That is provision of law, legal mechanism, and you cannot say that we don't have any legal mechanism. That is a false statement if somebody says that. If some engineer says that, there's nothing. I don't accept that statement. There is a mechanism, but that is different. That it's not mandatory on everyone. There is a mechanism. There is law. That is approved by Parliament. It's approved by King. That is still in force. So we cannot deny that fact. I find many statements from many engineers, unfortunately very senior engineers, who are ignorant about mechanism of law, who are ignorant about laws in itself, who do not have any solid background to understand what our statutory mechanism is, what our legal framework is, and they just issue statements in public, which is not very concrete step, which is not very cohesive approach by those engineers. They first should understand what they talk, and they unnecessarily create friction, they unnecessarily create, you can say, a kind of misinformation among public. That is very unacceptable situation, that if you just cut your legs yourself, if you cut branch on which you sit on a tree, what shall be the result, you know very well. Well, I'll not go on further explaining about. It's general that we know all. Engineers are actually very responsible people, particularly civil, electrical and mechanical. I keep top on civil as far as responsibilities on direct acts are concerned. If we deal with contracts in our career, means even if you are in designs or you are in construction or wherever you work, you have to deal with contracts in this way or that way. Whatever level you work, you have to deal with contracts. And when you deal with contracts, means you have to deal with not only contracts, with interactive arrangements with that, interactive laws that apply to contracts. You have to deal with, you can say, contractor, you have to deal with client, you have to deal with state, you have to deal with labor workers, you have to deal with machines, and you have to deal with, commercial arrangements, procurement, etc. It's not one regard, it's many regards. And of course, when you deal with something with so many interactions, statutory management approaches, you will certainly find certain disputes evolution. There will be many disputes, there will be misunderstandings, there will be many issues where decisions cannot be reached, where decisions cannot be accepted. That always happens. And when this happens, then you have to really find solution to that. And that's called dispute resolution mechanism. Dispute resolution mechanism means out of court settlement, means a court of legal arrangement that forces you not to access to court for everything. And that's called arbitration arrangement. Arbitration applies there. Arbitration Act applies there. We have 1996 Arbitration Act in this country. That is legal. That is Parliament Act, which means engineer is involved with that, contractor is involved with that, everybody is involved with that. And we on site do not care for that. When we work on sites or in designs or elsewhere, we don't have involvement with that kind of legal framework, and that's why we fail sometime. We don't fulfill documentary requirements, we don't fulfill statutory requirements, we don't fulfill contractual requirements, and sometimes we lapse, and that lapse leads to disputes, evolution of disputes, and those disputes accumulate together. This means that indicates whoever worked there as engineers, they did not perform well on job, on contracts, which leads to long-term issues, long-term disputes, and there have been so many disputes. That should not happen had engineer been very well educated and relevant legal system. Just like we know what is safety, we know safety laws, some knows, some don't know. We know what is sigma, we know what is quality and management, we know what is labor laws, worker laws, we know so many laws, and we have to, we know environment arrangement, environment laws. If you do not know, you have to know. If you say, no, I'm not sure, I know, or whether I don't know, that's not an answer. You have to know it if you want to work in profession. That's a part of profession. Social laws, environment laws, civil procedures, all that you must know. You cannot say because I'm an engineer I don't know. You have to know. If you want to work in profession, you have no right to damage some worker also because of law. You cannot try to damage some contractor also because of law, because lack of your knowledge. It's your lack of knowledge, it's not fault of contractor, it's not fault of worker, it's not fault of someone else. If you don't know something, it's your duty to know that because you are an engineer. Yes, you are not technical alone, you are manager also, don't forget that. An engineer is not a technical person alone. An engineer is a manager. An engineer is you can say a leader in the profession. An engineer is a social person because you have to deal with workers, you have to deal with community, you have to deal with people. Maybe not 100%, but to some extent you have to deal with them. So you cannot say that you do not know that or you should not know that. You have to know that. And contracting arrangement is a very big arrangement because it involves many, everything. It involves resources of workers, it involves machines, it involves cost, it involves time, it involves every factor, every character, every attribute in profession that you must know about. It doesn't matter how you know it. It's your choice, your time, your enough time, your long career. Forget what you studied in college, you have to study now. That's why I say, be smart first. You must be smart, your workers should be smart, your staff should be smart. Only then your project shall be smart. And if you are sleepy, you sleep all time, so everything will sleep. Remember, you are leader in your profession, in your engineering, in your work. You work yourself and you extract work from others and you use others. This is your duty. It's not an abuse that I say you use. You have to use. You have to use the resources, all kinds of resources. You have to use technology. You have to use time. You have to use safety, health, environment. You have to use quality. You have to use everything that is directly or indirectly relevant to profession, to project, to work, to design, to construction, to contracts, etc., etc. You are partly one in all and all in one. Again and again I say, you are not only a leader, you are not only an engineer, you are an administrator, you are labor manager, workers manager, you are machines manager, you are works manager, you are a writer, you are a thinker, you are a constructor, you are a designer. All that attributes you have, which vary, which move up and down from time to time. That is realize. And at one time, you are a judge also when you decide about your designs, when you decide about method statements, when you decide about how to take, how to reject, how to accept in various capacities, in various positions of engineering world. And remember, without engineering, nation cannot develop, cannot move. It's same thing as without health system, people cannot stay healthy. So both systems work together. You have to be healthy, you have to keep your workers healthy, you have to keep your side tidy and healthy, and your mind should be smart enough, powerful enough. If you don't have all these characters, attributes, parameters, involvements, and you can say must. All these must be must. Cannot ignore them. Forget what you learned, what you are taught. Yes, you enjoy life. If you want to enjoy life, that's up to you. Nobody stops that. But life enjoying comes from hard work. If you use your mind, which you have, engineer's mind is not a small mind. You have inculcated into mind more than 40 subjects. In your mind is a package of 40 subjects in the engineering world. Every branch of engineering has many subjects. So you have all that. You have civil construction designs in your mind. You have electromechanical work in your mind. You have mathematics in your mind. You have physics, chemistry in your mind. What don't you have in your mind? That cannot remain silent. You have to use it from time to time. And that is where I say, do not undervalue yourself. And if you do not undervalue yourself, you shall not undervalue your workers. You shall not undervalue all resources. Because it is you who convert these natural resources into practical resources, into reusable resources, that is called asset. This means you convert natural, crude, raw or available material whatsoever into asset for this nation, asset for whole world. When there is aggregate, concrete, soil, dust, sand, water in natural form, these are nothing. In natural form, these are just like stone and crusted stones. In natural form, these are nothing. But when you convert them to building, to structures, to machines, or to electrical circuits, to management, all that, that is known as, that is valuated as assets for nation, assets for world. This means you deliver assets from material which is no use. You apply your knowledge onto that. You apply knowledge which you learned. You combine all these materials in required or in design form and produce results. That is asset. It may be building, it may be bridge, it may be all transportation, it may be infrastructure or whatsoever, machines or others. So you are indirectly producing money for country, and in whatever country you work, you produce them, you deliver to them, which they own later on, and they include in their asset, into their property. So you do not think that you are a part, you are a complete part of that. Yes, you may not have opportunity to work whole project, you may work in process, in phases, even then you are a part of that. So I evaluate engineering in this way. What our charter says that you have to apply, you have to work in engineering, you have to promote it, you have to advance it, you have to apply it, and all this application, your work, your promotion, your application of engineering, and all this complete business is defined as engineering. Engineering is complete different field without which nothing moves. Take it that way. If there is no engineering, you can say we have to stay in desert or in forest, or you can say original human, which is called Adi Manav. If you want to kill engineering, then you will reach that stage. This is just for your incitement, for your encouragement. I explained this, that at least young generation, young budding engineers who have their pure mind, clear mind, must realize what they are. These days people realize in different modes. Young generation, their parents realize in modes of how much package you shall get, what package you shall get. Package is dominating factor. But in fact, package can never be dominating factor because that is money package, but this is professional package, I am telling you. This is something else. That is only finance. You can't conclude in your decision that I have to become a manager, I have to become MBA, I have to become IAS, I have to become this and that. Because of certain facilities, physical facilities, material facilities, you are just taking into your consideration. But what I am taking is characteral facilities, attributive facilities, facilities that do not depend on money, that depend upon further development, to social use, to community use, to national use. It's national development I'm talking of. And when, because I'm this country, I'm talking national development, but actually I should talk world development. Because I'm a part of world as well. And people do that. We have successfully done that. Millions of our people have walked around world, all over world, and they have developed. Workers' contribution is a lot, Our workers, many other countries' workers, they have contributed for development of whole world, particularly Middle East, Gulf countries, and many other countries, and our own country. So we have to include into our thoughts, our calculations, our minds, all these what has happened. And therefore I have full pride, though I am not that rich, I am not rich even, that I can call I am a billionaire or I am a crorepati, not at all, but that value is only financial. What is your contribution for development of this earth? That belongs to God, because this is not my creation. This is not your creation as well. This is created by God. How did He create? He knows only. We do not know. We feel pride just we make a room or we make some city. We have big pride, this thing, that power which created, which constructed whole solar system and whole universe. What power that should be? Can you quantify that power? Can you imagine that power? You cannot professionally imagine that. You will jump onto religious factors, which I don't include in my talk. I do not believe in that, because fact remains fact. When we see something, we cannot decline to that, we cannot deny to that. We see means we see, we have to accept that. So there is something which constructed me, which constructed you, that power controls universe. So that power demands you to develop this asset of that power, and that is earth, lithosphere plus aerosphere. That's what I try to just encourage you to reshape your mind, remold it, re-energize it, because your energies have been silent, have been partly passive or inactive, that you have to switch in. You can fission them, fission again, because you stop them after you pass your degrees. You have to reignite them, fission them from time to time, so that you keep getting supply of energies from your mind for your work, for your profession, and accelerate your speed of working, speed of thinking, quality of thinking, power of thinking. And if you increase your power of thinking, you can apply in your work, which means engineering success. That was my day. Now I come to regular talk of an engineering charter, and that is here. Who has come now? Welcome, Mr. Chaudhary Raju. Good morning, Mr. Fulkhani. Good morning, Fulkhani. I hope whoever is there, I don't know who is there. Mr. Chaudhary was there, Mr. Ali Foster. Good morning. All right now. Yesterday, I had started talking of charter, and I had gone through. I had talked about first page, second page. Let me see where I was. My mobile. I had this, let me find out here, applications and file. This is Royal Charter, right? See. So this is the one. This actually chart is available. Let me show you. It's better to be clear first. I had shown you this yesterday, this page. This page I had talked to you about this page 1. You remember, if you were not there, it's there on video. I had talked, this is title page, because the top page of this PowerPoint presentation. And then I showed to you this page as well. This is second page of what is forward actually. This is forward, nothing else. And then there's this page. This is chapters, index, you can see. Index of this talk. I'm not going to repeat it because it's then general. Then there was legal status, discuss with you. Legal status of entities, bodies, organizations, constitutional status, statutory status, etc., charter status, whatever statuses are there. I had a discussion about that. Then there was happened. This is then major statutes. What are major statutes? Whatever statutes they are explained to you. And then whatever laws are applicable, it's here. Well, I talked to you and I'll talk again probably on this. I think I will talk on that. So laws applicable, I come on to this point. Laws applicable. And this if you see from charter I shown to you, I'll see in charter what's that. Laws applicable to you. That is from PowerPoint presentation. So this is here. General legal status, then legal status of entities, major statutes. Major statutes, I think I have to major statutes, legal status, major statutes. Okay, then it is major statutes. So I was talking on something. Yes, I'll repeat that. Major statutes. It's better to talk that. Yeah, it's major statutes actually. Just a minute. Yeah. This is major statute. I'll repeat from this one. That is major statutes. Now there is a file available on script.com which URL I have written on video text. You can go and if you are interested, or you might have downloaded that. This is regarding Royal Charter, which is directly explained and available on script.com with the URL I have given to you. You can see in that, you'll find that URL reference, and you can download that if you want to refer to this talk, or you just listen to this up to you, and no problem at all. So major statutes I'm talking is that are involved on project being, it was land acquisition statute for greenfield schemes, land development statute for these schemes, institution of engineers, Royal Charter I'm talking of, that's for regulation of engineers and engineering profession by authorizing engineers. By authorizing engineers, and you can say authorizing engineers as well as directing engineering profession, and also then Architects Act 1972 for regulation of architects and directing its profession. Then India Contract Act for formulating and constitution of contracts, including incorporation of FIDIC standard into contract body. Safety, health and environment regulations for public and individual safety, that's OSHA, and occupational safety and health, and then quality regulation for delivering quality system, managed product whatsoever, and then maintenance of peace on project regulations, avoiding general disputes, all relevant national engineering codes and also international engineering codes, warranties and guarantees regulations for long-term and expensive items used to be included, then relevant bylaws and regulations for related project activities requirements, Service Tax Act, which is now something else here, then and VAT regulations for ST, now GST, recoverable from engineers and contractors, all acts related to workforce, including all subcontractors, workforce, bank regulations for bid bond, performance bond and budget, finance management, etc., Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 for resolution of disputes and disputes adjudication board, management in line with FIDIC, that's known as FIDIC, an international body for standardization or standardizing contract agreements, Indian Evidence Act for chartering perfect documents, and municipal acts for application of management respecting required statutory permits, development, because the Development Authority Act, Urban Arts Commission, Environment Related Acts, and ASI, which is known as Archives and Survey, is an Archaeological Survey of India, and Fire and others for application of complete management respecting required permits. Indicatively, in all 64 official approval windows for major mega projects, reference TV debate. Okay, foregoing references have just been included. This I explained to you. These are all involved in our construction buildings, starting from initiation to completion, and particularly on approvals or building permits. And these are very important. I'll repeat all this because it's very important for you to know. It's not just one size speak and you remember that. Just at least idea you should have. And this is that. This is very full again calling someone. The title is Major Statutes that are involved on project being. This land acquisition, I said land acquisition for both greenfield and field institution of engineers charter we are talking of. This for regulation of engineers and engineering profession by authorizing engineers as well as direct engineering profession. It's a very full man doesn't go. Architect Act 1972 for regulation of architects and directing its profession, and Indian Contract Act for formulating and constitution of contracts, including incorporation of FIDIC, standards contract bodies, safety, health, environment regulations for public and individual safety, OSHA, that's including OSHA, quality regulations for delivering quality system, managed product whatsoever, maintenance of peace on project regulations, avoiding site general disputes, all relevant national engineering codes and also international codes. That codes you can say our codes as IS, Indian standard codes and international standard codes, European codes, or you can say various other codes, American codes, British codes, whatever. Warranty and guarantee regulations for long-term and expensive items used to be included, relevant bylaws and regulations for related project activity requirements, whatever bylaws are there, regulations are there for whatever activity, that's that one. Service tax or GST now provides regulations for SC recoverable from engineers and contractors, all acts related to workforce, including all subcontracts workforce, bank regulations for bid bond, performance bond and budget, finance management, Indian Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1996 for resolution of disputes and dispute adjudication board, management in line to FIDIC, a FIDIC, an international body for standardizing contract documents, Indian Evidence Act for charting perfect documents, municipal acts for application of management respecting required statutory permits, Development Authority Act, Urban Arts Commission, Environment Related Acts, ASI, Fire and others for application of complete management respecting required permits, indicated in all 64 official approval windows for major mega projects. And then I'll go to next page. I'll explain it later on because if I explain now it will take a lot of time. Let me first go through all these slides and explain to you what is that actually. It's important. Now with this is no fun. One of the things you call and disturb, waste time, unnecessarily call. Well, I'll go to other one. That is laws applicable pertaining to usable by engineers in India, Bharat to conduct professional practice, and uh, this is I don't know. This is slide number 7. Yes, laws applicable, pertinent, and usable by engineers in our country to conduct professional practice. That law number 1, Institution of Engineers India, Royal Charter 1935. Then Service Tax Act and Contract Act. Service Tax Act means now it's GST, and Contract Act, which I just explained before this talk, this charter talk, that was Contract Act, and contract related bonds regulations, then SHE regulations, safety, health and environment. I have conducted I have produced many videos in this connection of SHE, and that is ergonomics. Many, I think, more than 25 videos are, 25 chapters are available on that, and I have given this safety information on this text also. You can refer to that. You will find all connections, all links, if you wish to get something out of that. Then fire protection regulations, quality procedures, national and international regulations, that is ISO 9001 2015 and maybe Sigma. Regarding ISO 9001, I have given so much details. You can also see that one. Building bylaws and regulations. Every state has building bylaws. And we have building bylaws also in our National Building Code 2005, and you can refer to that also. So all relevant national codes. There are so many codes, not one, not two, maybe hundreds. For every activity, there is expected to be codes, which you know very well. Public should know this. Various codes are there, and then all relevant national codes, relevant international codes where two national codes do not respond adequately, equipment manufacturing regulations, labor related regulations. These are general, means I have tried to bring to your attention what is possibly applicable when you do some building job or some other job. Then we go to engineers registration problem issue, which is actually a misconception, and I'll just show you the slides also before going to further. So this is law applicable, you can say. I'll show you the slides before jumping further, otherwise I'll miss it. This is laws applicable to pertinent and enabled by engineers, usable by engineers India. This is a list of that. I put an just now swap to you. That is that slide, and I just try to keep it vertical because light falls on that. No problem, but you can see file that I put in, and then I'll show you another one. I think this is major statues. This one. That's the engineer's registration. I'm going to talk to you, and maybe I'll show 2-3 slides together, so that every time I have to bring this back. Engineer's registration issue. I'll speak now about this. And then after this would be, I'll see 2 or 3. This is something regarding prerogative power of king or queen or majesty is called. So I speak about this. Oh, this is a problem here. Well, it's not very clear here in this. I'll show you another one, and then continue. Then we can see something more. I'll show you 2 or 3, and then we'll further. Alright, I'll move further on this. This 10 of 97. Now I'm saying this. So engineer's registration. This is title of this slide, and what it says: for purpose of regulation of practicing engineers, in particular respecting civil engineers, a convention has been surviving for many decades in almost every state in India, Bharat, that municipalities conduct certain documentation for granting licenses to engineers on an yearly basis. This is a convention. That is what this slide says. Again, for purpose of regulation of practicing engineers, in particular respecting civil engineers, a convention has been surviving for many decades in almost every state in India, Bharat, that municipalities conduct certain documentation for granting licenses to engineers on an yearly basis. It is regretted that such registering practice has not been based on or supported by certain competently defined statutory authorized procedures at all. Urban development authorities, including municipalities, that draw relevant powers of implementation of respective schemes from Constitution of India, Article 243W, Schedule 12, powers or charter of municipalities do or affect all such irregular engineering registrations under an arbitrarily applied bylaw. Let me read first, I'll explain. Schedule 12, you call it Schedule 12, I am calling it Schedule 12, that's in Constitution, enshrined within Constitution of India, does not anywhere on its list either provide or suggest or direct inclusive mandate for control of engineering profession, professionals, registration, regulation, or relevant invested trust on such constitutional and statutory agencies or bodies meant for urban maintenance development. Unfortunately, all such authorities do condone other rightful national provisions on statute such as IEI Royal Charter, which had been ordered by UK rulers in 1935 with an objective to mandate, to control and regulate practice of engineering in India through IEI empowerment. This charter authorizes its corporate members to practice as engineering professionals in descriptive and titling Chartered Engineer India in reference to corporate membership. A brief explanation pertinent that charter has been included herein for your appraisal. II Charter deliberations in details pertinent its present articles now follows hereafter. So you can say this is a kind of cover when I start talks of the charter. Again, I read it because this is very important. This is kind of background that we have to understand before understanding what Royal Charter stands for. So it says for purpose of regulation of practicing engineers, this means we have to regulate practicing engineers first. We have to know who they are, where they are, what they are working. All these coordinates of those engineers must be known to public. Coordinates means their addresses, their locations and their qualifications, everything. For purpose of regulation of practical or practicing engineers, in particular respecting civil engineers, a convention has been surviving for many decades in almost every state in India, Bharat, that municipalities conduct certain documentation for granting licenses to engineers on a yearly basis. This practice has been there. If you go and see bylaws of municipalities or some states, you will find that there is a practice to register them which is not based on legality, which is not based on constitution. They just use their arbitrary authority and issue licenses to such people, which is illegal actually, but people don't mind it as far as there is no crime in that. Now it is regretted that such registering practice has not been based on or supported by certain competently defined statutory authorized procedure at all. There is no law, there is no mandate that they can do it, but they do it. And engineers accept it, they submit to that because they have to work. Means it's very small issue, but it's a very big issue also. Because when already you have a power, when already you have a title, what does that mean? Which is not based on any law, which is not based on, if you see, go to municipal charter, go to your Schedule 12, I just said, in Schedule 12, this is role of municipalities in this country. That role nowhere mentions that this is job of municipality to register engineers, but they do just for sake of, because they want to do it something. Well, there's something else. There's no statutory provision, that's illegal in fact. But it's not that much illegal also that we should put them in jail. Or urban development authorities, including municipalities, that draw relevant power of implementation of respective schemes from Constitution of India, Article 243W, Schedule 12 power of charters of municipalities, I just told you, do or affect all such irregular engineers registration under an arbitrary applied by law. So So there is nothing as such. This is just only showpiece. They just want to grab power, and for that they think engineers should submit to them, which is not practically possible. Engineers are engineers. They have their role. Now Schedule 12, which ends right within Constitution of India, does not anywhere on its list either provide or suggest or direct inclusive mandate for control of engineering profession, professionals, registration, regulations, etc., or relevant invested trust on each constitutional and statutory agencies or bodies meant for urban maintenance and development. And unfortunately, all such authorities do condone other rightful national provisions on statutes such as IRL Charter, which had been ordered by UK rulers in 1935 with an objective to maintain its control and regular practice of engineering in India through IEI empowerment. होता क्या है कि हम थोड़ा हिंदी में बता दूँ तो अच्छा रहेगा, आपको शायद कुछ लोग नहीं आता क्लियर तो समझ भी जाना चाहिए। आप अगर देखें हमारे देश में, भारत में कहीं जाएं, आप किसी भी म्यूनिसिपैलिटी में जाएं, स्टेट में जाएं, तो आपको पता लगेगा कि वहाँ पर कुछ बायलॉज होते हैं बिल्डिंग के। आपको कोई नक्शा बनवाना है, बिल्डिंग बनवानी है, उसके लिए नक्शा चाहिए, नक्शे को पास कराना पड़ता है। और अर्बन एरिया जो होता है, शहरीकरण, वहाँ एक कानून होता है कि नक्शा पास कराए बिना मकान बना नहीं सकते हैं। उसके अंदर वो लोग अपने आप बना के बैठे हैं कुछ ऐसे नियम कानून जिनका कोई सर पैर नहीं है, जिनका कोई देश के कानून से लिंक नहीं है, लेकिन क्योंकि उनको पता नहीं है, उनको सूचना नहीं है पूरी, और जिनके पास अथॉरिटी वो बताते नहीं हैं उनको, तो उन्होंने कुछ अपने नियम कानून बना रखे हैं। वो क्या करते हैं, आपको यहाँ इंजीनियर का काम करना है, नक्शा देना है, ठीक है, आप पहले हमारे रजिस्टर में आइए, हमसे अपना लाइसेंस लीजिए और फिर काम कीजिए। एक दादागिरी, एक अधिकार बना कि हम सब कुछ हैं, हम आपको करके देंगे। तो लोग कहते हैं ठीक है यार, बोलो एप्लीकेशन डाल देते हैं, जितनी फीस लेने ले लो, हमें लाइसेंस दो, हम काम करेंगे। पर इतना सा है, जबकि आवश्यकता नहीं है, क्योंकि आप चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर पहले ही हैं। लेकिन ना आप समझते हैं कि आप चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर हैं, ना वो समझते हैं कि आप क्या हैं। बस आपने लाइसेंस ले लिया, उन्होंने लिख के दे दिया, ठीक है, आप इस जुरिस्डिक्शन में, इस शहर में, या जो भी वो है, आप यहाँ इस डिपार्टमेंट में, इस म्यूनिसिपैलिटी में आप नक्शे का काम ला सकते हैं, सबमिट कर, और वही कुछ लिमिट तक आप प्रोजेक्ट को सुपरवाइज कर सकते हैं, आप ये कर सकते हैं, आप वो कर सकते हैं, उसमें ये लिखा होता है। और बस यही है आपका रिलेशन से। इसका कोई अधिकार नहीं है उनको देने का। जो भारत का संविधान है उसका आप अगर जाए सूची 12 में 243W आर्टिकल के अंदर ऐसा कुछ नहीं लिखा हुआ, साफ साफ लिखा है कि देश की नगर पालिका क्या काम कर सकती है। आप पढ़िए स्केड्यूल 12, आपको पता लगेगा, उसमें ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। बस हमने अपनी हठधर्मी दिखानी है, हम बड़े हैं, हम सरकारी पोस्ट पे बैठे हैं, हम बताएंगे आप कौन हैं, इतनी सी बात है। कोई रिश्ता नहीं कानून से, कोई रिश्ता नहीं संविधान से, कोई रिश्ता नहीं किसी चीज़ से। ज़बरदस्ती हमें आपको लाइसेंस देना है, आपको हमसे लाइसेंस लेना है। वो पहले आर्किटेक्ट को भी देते थे एक ज़माने में, 72 तक, सन 72 तक, लेकिन उनका एक्ट बना, उसके बाद भी देते रहे, लेकिन बाद में देना बंद किया। तो अब क्या करते हैं, वो अपने हिसाब से सर्वेयर को दे दिया, सुपरवाइज़र को दे दिया, ड्राफ्ट्समैन को, जिस तरह से वो करते हैं उनकी इतनी वो दिखानी चाहिए कि हम अफसर हैं, हम अधिकारी हैं। मेरा कहने का मतलब ये था, इसकी कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, इसका कोई सरपैर नहीं है। और दुख इस बात का है कि हमारे अभियंता वर्ग, हमारे वास्तु विशारद जो सिविल इंजीनियर कहते हैं, वो भी इस बात में ज़्यादा सीरियस नहीं लेते हैं, और वो लाइसेंस लेते रहते हैं, सोचते हैं छोड़ो यार, कौन चेक करने पड़े, क्या करना है। ये वही बात आ जाती है कि हम सोते रहते हैं, हमको बस चलना है आगे, हमको सुधारना नहीं है। अगर यहाँ पर कोई गलती हमको दिखती है तो उसके लिए लड़ना नहीं है हमको, हम लड़ना नहीं चाहते, हम आगे चलना चाहते हैं। यही हमारी ब्यूटी हमारे देश की, ये आगे चलते रहिए गिरने के बाद भी, ये कहने का मतलब है। और इसमें क्या है, जो मैंने आपको बता दिया कि इसी के लिए मैंने ये जो तैयार किया है आपके सामने, जो मैं सबमिट कर रहा हूँ, ये सिस्टम, ये एक्सप्लेनेशन, ये प्रेजेंटेशन, उसी के लिए है कि मैं पब्लिक को बताना चाहता हूँ, देश की पब्लिक को, देश के लोगों को, कि आखिर हम हैं कौन, हम हैं कौन। सोचिए, आप मकान बनाते हैं, मान लीजिए आपका मकान फेल हो जाता है, गिर जाता है, टूट जाता है, आप कभी सोचेंगे उसके जिम्मेदार कौन है? Shall you ever think on, if your constructed building falls or collapses or settles, or if it doesn't serve for what it was constructed? Do you decide, can you decide who is responsible for that? Because you are not aware of law, you cannot decide who is responsible for that. State officers do not know anything about that. But building did not ask anybody. Structure shall never ask anyone, should I fall? For just like fire cannot ask you, should I come? But loss is loss. It's human loss, it's asset loss, it's natural material loss, it's loss to society, it's loss to nation. But who is responsible for that? This is a question mark. It's something like that. I work hard on that. I think on that structure. I designed that one. I take responsibility of that. But I am not recognized anywhere. Nobody understands what I am. And then you are asking me responsibility. On what basis I should take responsibility? Your architect gives you a drawing, you accept that, municipality accepts that, and that person signs on that, then why should I be responsible? That's my question. अगर काम करता आर्किटेक्ट है आपका, आप उसी के पास जाते हैं, आप नक्शा बनवाते हैं, पास करते हैं, और फिर मकान फेल हो जाए तो मैं क्या करूं उसमें? ये प्रश्न है. आप देश की जनता हो, आपको सोचना पड़ेगा, मुझे नहीं. मैं तो सलाह दे सकता हूँ. ये एक प्रश्न है जो उठता है, क्योंकि आप मुझे जानते नहीं हैं, आप समझना भी नहीं चाहते. उसी तरह से जैसे क्वालिफाइड डॉक्टर एक कोई है, जो दोनों का रिश्ता होता है, वही हमारे बिल्डिंग का रिश्ता है. जो क्वालिफाइड है उसको कुछ जानता नहीं है, और जो क्वालिफाइड नहीं है वो काम करता है. यही रिश्ता है. वी हैव टू रियलाइज दिस फैक्ट. We have to identify real professionals who are competent for something, and we have to defy those professionals who are not competent on that activity. This is what for. I try to accumulate all this information into this slide, into this presentation, to apprise people of facts. Just briefly I can say, structure means what? And building means what? What is difference between two? Do you know? There is a building. What does it mean? This building is having foundation, having structure, upper structure, and also finishes and decorations of all services it is having. Electrical services, mechanical services, water supply services, sewerage services, storm water service, and all whatever it has. But remember, if building falls, if building collapses, due to what? Due to electrical service? Due to mechanical service? Due to decoration? Or due to structure? Due to what? Simple answer is, it is because of structure. ढांचा फेल हो गया तो बिल्डिंग फेल हो गई, याद रखना. चाहे वो जमीन का फेला हुआ हो या ऊपर का फेल हुआ हो, ढांचा फेल तो आर्किटेक्चर फेल, फिनिशेस फेल, डेकोरेशन फेल, सर्विसेज फेल, और अगर कोई आदमी रह रहा है तो वो फेल, मर जाएगा. इतनी सी बात समझ नहीं आती. इतनी सी बात. अगर आग भी लग जाती है बिल्डिंग में, इफ सपोज बिल्डिंग कैचेस फायर, व्हाट डज हैपन? अगर फायर स्ट्रक्चर तक पहुंच गई, स्ट्रक्चर पे लग गई फायर, तो स्ट्रक्चर जाएगा ही, और स्ट्रक्चर जाएगा तो सब कुछ जाएगा. इतनी सी बात समझ नहीं आती. इस बिल्डिंग सेट्स ऑन फायर. इफ स्ट्रक्चर इज ऑन फायर, your plaster is nothing, your paint is nothing, your brick is nothing, your services are nothing, your decoration is nothing, everything will go away. But if structure remains intact, yes, there can be attack on plaster, there can be attack on finishes, there can be attack on something, there cannot be attack on structures. Structures shall remain intact. That point we must understand. If you don't understand that point, we cannot understand anything. That's the purpose. Oh, sharp, bloody fool, get lost. So आप फोन करते तो जानते हैं, गुस्सा आएगा नहीं, क्या करेगा. So I now want to slide that is डिस्टर्ब करते हैं लोग, गुस्सा बहुत आता है, क्या करें उनका, यहाँ मेहनत करके बैठे हैं, सोच रहे हैं और वो लोग अपने बीच में घुसड़ते हैं, फ़ोन बात नहीं करते, कुछ नहीं करते, बस फ़ोन करते हैं। या तो बात करो आके, क्वेश्चन बताओ क्या करना है, बस बिना बात की खामा खा दिखेंगे भी, शक्ल भी नहीं दिखाएंगे, गलत काम करते हैं। एनीवे, now I am going to start. This is slide number 9. I think 9 or maybe one slide I'm missing. Let me see. No, it's not. No, the charter authorizes its corporate members to practice as engineering professionals in description and titling charter engineer in reference. Well, I'm now giving you another slide, which is next one, and which is that is, yeah, okay, this is here. So this is your it's Her Majesty's Prerogative Powers. Wait a minute. This is here. I showed you before also. This is Her Majesty's Prerogative Power. This is only for reference. I am explaining to you what does it mean, because if you do not understand this, we cannot understand what this charter is all about. And after that, I'll have here, that is, this is slide regarding, because I'm starting talk on that, real talk. So this is title, History of Engineers India. And so these are two. I'll now move further on this, because, okay. Now, this is initiation of wait a minute, where is gone? Yeah, Her Majesty's Prerogative Powers. I'm just giving a background of this, and this is given by Scott Thompson. This is reference, and this is, let me blow it up further. Scott Thompson, this is reference from that. Printed in American Almanac, August 25, 1997. Idea of a constitutional monarchy is a myth. All that exists are oaths of allegiance to monarch. Without need for parliamentary authority, Queen Elizabeth has royal prerogative powers. This is what says. It says, without need for parliamentary authority, Queen Elizabeth has royal prerogative powers. Following partial list of those powers is from authoritative Burke's peerage and baronetage. Now, Queen alone may declare war at her pleasure. This is one power. Queen alone may declare war at her pleasure. Second is, as commander-in-chief, Queen may choose and appoint all commanders and officers by land, sea and air. Queen may convoke, adjourn, remove and dissolve Parliament. Queen may dismiss Prime Minister and choose whom she will as replacement. Queen can choose and appoint all judges, councillors, officers of state magistrates. Queen can choose and appoint all archbishops, including Archbishop of Canterbury, who is primus inter pares in Anglican communion. Bishops and high ecclesiastical dignitaries as sovereign is first in honor, dignity and in power, and seat and fountain of all three. Queen may bestow all public honors, including creating a peerage for membership in House of Lords or bestowing an order of chivalry. Queen alone may conclude treaties. Queen may initiate criminal proceedings, and she alone can bestow a pardon. Queen may initiate criminal proceedings and she can bestow a pardon. Some of these powers are exercised on advice of cabinet ministers or others, and principal vehicle through which Queen receives such advice, apart from weekly or more frequently meetings with Prime Minister, is through a body known as Privy Council. Now, what is Privy Council? That's the point here, because this This charter is related to that Privy Council advice or recommendation, you say. We start with Privy Council. What is Privy Council? That is very important point in this if you want to understand. अभी तक जो मैंने ऊपर बताया था वो तो क्वीन के बारे में बताया था, जो कि रेफरेंस है, क्योंकि पहले हमें जानना जरूरी है कि एक्चुअली हम बात क्या कर रहे हैं, जिसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं वो है कौन, उसके अथॉरिटीज़ क्या हैं, उसकी पावर्स क्या हैं, शक्तियाँ क्या हैं। जैसे हमारे यहाँ राष्ट्रपति की शक्ति है, पब्लिक की शक्ति है, वो राष्ट्रपति बहुत कुछ करता है लेकिन कहने पे किसके करता है, हमारी काउंसिल कहने के करता है, काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स कहने पे करता है। तो यहाँ पर क्या है वो चीज़ जानने की है। प्रिवी काउंसिल, अकॉर्डिंग टू प्रिवी काउंसिल्स ऑन पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट्स देयर आर 390 members of council. This is information for you. According to Privy Councils on public documents, there are 390 members of council who are appointed for life. They are appointed for life. Privy Council serves as a vehicle for Queen's use of her prerogative powers. Privy Council serves as a vehicle for Queen's use of her prerogative powers, and these prerogative powers we are talking of, because it is council with representatives from all branches of Venetian oligarchy, including peers from House of Lords, Prime Minister, law lords, all cabinet officers, leaders of loyal opposition in Parliament, prominent individuals in City of London, and leading members of established Anglican communion. I repeat this paragraph. Privy Council. This is definition of Privy Council. According to Privy Council's own public documents, there are 390 members of council. प्रिवी काउंसिल के अपने जो पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट है उसके हिसाब से जो कहा गया उसमें, उसके अंदर 300 नंबर सदस्य हैं प्रिवी काउंसिल के, हु आर अपॉइंटेड फॉर लाइफ, जिनको पूरे जीवन के लिए नियुक्त किया जाता है। प्रिवी काउंसिल सर्व्स एज ए व्हीकल फॉर क्वींस यूज ऑफ प्रिरोगेटिव पावर्स। ये क्या करता है, ये बताता है, चलाता है, गाड़ी चलाता है, एक गाड़ी बनता है क्वीन के लिए कि वो अपनी जो प्रिरोगेटिव पावर है, उसकी स्पेशल जो पावर्स हैं वो उनका किस तरह से प्रयोग करे। दिस प्रिवी काउंसिल सर्व्स एज ए व्हीकल फॉर क्वींस यूज ऑफ हर प्रिरोगेटिव पावर्स बिकॉज इट्स अ काउंसिल विद रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स फ्रॉम ऑल ब्रांचेस ऑफ वेनेटियन ओलिगार्ची। ये वो काउंसिल है, परिषद है इस देश की, यूके की। उनमें बहुत सारे मेंबर्स जो मैंने 390 बताए उसके अंदर हैं। बिकॉज इट इज़ काउंसिल विद रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स, प्रतिनिधि हैं हर ब्रांच के, वेनेटियन ओलिगार्ची के, पीयर्स फ्रॉम हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स के मेंबर्स हैं, उसमें रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं, प्राइम मिनिस्टर है, लॉ का नियम कानून का लॉर्ड है, लॉ लॉर्ड है, हाउस कैबिनेट ऑफिसर्स हैं, लीडर्स ऑफ लॉयल अपोजिशंस हैं, एंड पार्लियामेंट के सदस्य हैं, दूसरे हैं प्रोमिनेंट इंडिविजुअल्स हैं लंदन सिटी के, और दूसरे सब हैं। तो मैं इसको दोबारा बोलता हूँ ताकि आप क्लियर रहे। प्रिवी काउंसिल सर्व्स एज ए व्हीकल फॉर क्वींस यूज ऑफ हर प्रिरोगेटिव पावर्स because it's a council with representatives from all branches of Venetian oligarchy, including peers from House of Lords, Prime Minister, law lords, all cabinet officers, leaders of loyal opposition in Parliament, prominent individuals in City of London, and leading members of established Anglican communion. This is definition of Privy Council. आपको समझ आ गई होगी, समझ नहीं आई तो पढ़ लेना आप दोबारा। अब मैं थोड़ा आगे चलते हैं और जानते हैं क्या है ये सब। प्रिवी काउंसिल इज अबाउ पार्लियामेंट, दिस व्हाट सेज, इंक्लूडिंग हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स, बिकॉज हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स से भी ऊपर है। प्रिवी काउंसिल इज अबाउ पार्लियामेंट इंक्लूडिंग हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स बिकॉज ऑफ क्वींस प्रीरोगेटिव पावर्स, क्योंकि क्वींस की प्रीरोगेटिव पावर्स है, उसकी वजह से ये पार्लियामेंट से भी ऊपर है, हाउस ऑफ लॉर्ड्स से ऊपर है। हाउएवर Privy Council not only serves as a vehicle for exercise of Queen's prerogative powers, but its offices also enact statutory powers. Delegated by various acts of Parliament, it has its own order of precedence, which begins with HRH Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, KG, KT, OMGBE, then HRH Prince Charles, Prince of Wales, KG, KT, GCB. Next come George Leonard Carey, Archbishop of Canterbury, and Lord High Chancellor Lord Mackay of Clashfern, and finally arriving at former Prime Minister and First Lady of Treasury John Major, and very from down list Labour Party leader, now Prime Minister Anthony Charles Linton Blair. Fact that Tony Blair was made a member of Privy Council on July 27, 1994 helps explain why there is not a dune's worth of difference between his policies and those at Tony Prime Minister Major or his predecessors, Lady Margaret Thatcher as Blair's factional opponent in Labour, Anthony Wedgwood ban revealed based upon personal experience. All members of Privy Council must take an oath of allegiance to uphold Queen and her actions. Such oaths are basis of myth that British Empire represents a constitutional monarchy. Privy Council also has statutory powers that have been conferred by variety of enactments, and they are exercised either by order in council or by sovereign in council. Order in council or by sovereign in council or by order of council by Lords of Privy Council. This slide I prepared on 12th November 2013. So references are from that time. So do not confuse otherwise. So this is definition of Privy Council, which is very confusing but very clear. It's a powerful body. At that time, this charter was a powerful body. There were 390 members, and all these members of highest profile as was for purpose of prerogative power. And this Privy Council acts as vehicle to tell Queen what to do, or to advise, or to recommend, or whatever to say. And this is what composition of Privy Council is, constitution of Privy Council is. I think this may be a good information for you people, if just for general knowledge purpose, if not otherwise. And this only purpose I want to tell you is how this charter came through, which source, through which offices, through which power, through which authority this came into. No need of further explanation of this. This information for you just to let you know what I'm talking of. So I go to next one now, and that is, now I start about Institution of Engineers India, a brief one, and that's what I'm talking of this one. And this is so let's talk now. Institution of Engineers India, a brief past. Consequent upon Industrial Commission, now I'm starting real engineers, Institute of Engineers Royal Charter. What actually it's so far, I just cooked you can say, I just produced a background of what it is, so that one should be clear about that. Now, initiation of Institution of Engineers India, a brief past. Now, consequent upon Industrial Commission, report, an institution was established to serve engineering profession in India in 1920, now named by title Institution of Engineers India, registered under then Indian Companies Act. Actually, what was there in 19 something, 2 years before that, or I think 1916 or 18, I don't really remember. Actually, UK wanted that this part of colony, India should, which is lacking industrial development, should start industrial development. So what should be done? An industrial commission was constituted to report to what steps Bharat or India should take for industrializing this part of world. This commission, Industrial Commission, reported that there should be an institution for this purpose, and that institution should be engineering institution, so that this industrialization means engineering, so it should work on that, on industrial applications. And that was only route that this Industrial Commission was constituted, and which reported later that there should be an Institution of Engineers India for this purpose, to initiate industrialization and then further on to that. So this is consequent upon Industrial Commission report, an institution was established to serve engineering profession in India in 1920, now named by title Institution of Engineers India, registered under then Indian Companies Act. एक जब सरकार चाहती थी इंग्लैंड की कि भारत में औद्योगिकरण हो, कैसे हो, ये बात जानने के लिए उन्होंने एक कमीशन बनाया, इंडस्ट्रियल कमीशन बनाया कि रिपोर्ट दें कि भारत में क्या करना चाहिए। तो उस कमीशन ने रिपोर्ट दी कि भारत में एक ऐसा संस्थान शुरू किया जाना चाहिए इंजीनियर्स का, जो हमारे औद्योगिकरण के लिए आगे चले, बताए क्या करना है, कैसे करना है। उस पर्पस के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशन बनाया गया सरकार की तरफ से, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स बनाया गया कि देश में औद्योगिकरण होना चाहिए। और ये इंस्टीट्यूशन 1920 में एक कंपनी के रूप में इंडियन कंपनीज एक्ट के नीचे ये बनाया गया, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया 1920 में। उस टाइम ये एक कंपनी थी, रजिस्टर्ड कंपनी की गई थी। और ये है हमारा पॉइंट 1। अब आगे चलते हैं। इन जनरल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, इट्स जनरल ऑब्जेक्टिव हैड बीन to initiate, apply, promote and advance engineering for industrial development throughout India so as to achieve target for national development accomplishment. Its general objectives had been to initiate, apply, promote and advance engineering for industrial development throughout India so as to achieve target for national development accomplishment. इसके जो सामान्य ऑब्जेक्टिव को क्या कहते हैं, खैर इसका जो आपका उद्देश्य है, इसका जो सामान्य उद्देश्य है इस इंस्टीट्यूशन का, ये है कि शुरू करे, अप्लाई करे, उसकी उन्नति करे, इंजीनियरिंग को आगे बढ़ाए, एडवांस करे, औद्योगिक पर्पस के लिए, औद्योगिक विकास के लिए भारत में, सारे भारत में, जिससे कि हम राष्ट्रीय विकास को प्राप्त करें और उसे करें। ये इसका मतलब है। Its general objectives had been to initiate, apply, promote and advance engineering for industrial development throughout India so as to achieve target for national development accomplishment. Then I wrote, institution performed to carry out its obligations successfully while commenced with conducting, examining, respecting IEI Section A and Section B pass certification for students to achieve equivalent bachelor's degree in engineering by process of students appearing in and passing to lead to designated AMIE corporate membership, IEI Section A and B examination and informal engineering bachelor degree equivalent effective 1928 and has still been continuing this educational activity since then. Again, institution performed to carry out its obligations successfully while commenced with conducting examinations respecting IEI Section A and Section B pass certification for students to achieve equivalent bachelor's degree in engineering by process of students appearing in and passing to lead to designated AMIE corporate membership, IEI Section A and B examination and informal engineering bachelor degree equivalent effective 1928 and has still been continuing this educational activity since then. एक्चुअली उसके बाद क्या हुआ, इंस्टीट्यूशन बना और इंस्टीट्यूशन चलता रहा, मेंबरशिप होती रही, लोग चलते रहे, चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर बनते रहे। लेकिन 1928 में ये अपने पर्पस पूरा करना चाहता था कि हम इंजीनियरिंग को प्रमोट करेंगे तो एजुकेशन चाहिए। जब तक इंजीनियर बच्चे एजुकेट नहीं होंगे, स्टूडेंट पढ़ेंगे नहीं तो इंजीनियर कैसे बनेंगे। तो उन्होंने अपने एग्ज़ाम शुरू किए जिसको हम कहते हैं IEI की इनफॉर्मल एग्जामिनेशन, जो एक स्कीम है जिसका कोई समय नहीं था, जिसका प्रोग्राम पूरा था उसमें कि आपको डिग्री लेवल कोर्स है करना पड़ेगा। सेक्शन ए और सेक्शन बी के एग्ज़ाम होते थे जो 1928 में शुरू हुए थे और वो वही चीज़ थी कि अगर आप सेक्शन ए और सेक्शन बी पास कर लेते थे तो आप उसी स्टेटस के हो जाते थे जैसा कोई इंजीनियरिंग की डिग्री वाला होता था या बैचलर ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग का होता था या बैचलर ऑफ साइंस इन इंजीनियरिंग का होता था। उसी के लिए एग्ज़ाम शुरू किए गए थे, अभी तक चल रहे हैं। सेक्शन बी इसको कहते हैं IEI सेक्शन ए एंड सेक्शन बी, जिससे आपको मेंबरशिप मिल जाती थी पास करने के बाद। अगर आप अप्लाई करते थे तो आपको इंस्टीट्यूशन का AMIE कैटेगरी का कॉर्पोरेट मेंबरशिप बनना पड़ता था। आप चाहते थे तो बनते थे। AMIE जिसकी फुल फॉर्म होती है एसोसिएट मेंबर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स, अगर आप ये बन जाते थे तो आप अपने आप के सामने चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर लिख सकते थे। इसका मतलब ये है, जो सेक्शन ए और सेक्शन पास करने का मतलब होता था कि आपने डिग्री प्राप्त कर ली इंजीनियरिंग की, ये इसमें लिखा है। अब थोड़ा आगे चलेंगे तो आप हो जाएंगे। लेटर इंस्टीट्यूशन मूव्ड ए पिटीशन फॉर ऑब्टेनिंग रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेशन ऑन हिज मैजेस्टिक किंग जॉर्ज V फॉर ग्रांट ऑफ रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेशन। Later, institution moved a petition for obtaining a royal charter of incorporation on His Majesty King George V for grant of royal charter of incorporation। बाद में इस इंस्टीट्यूशन ने, संस्थान ने एक एप्लीकेशन लगाई, एक पेटिशन लगाया उस समय के राजा के पास, ब्रिटेन के राजा के पास, जिसका नाम किंग जॉर्ज फिफ्थ था, कि इस संस्थान को रॉयल चार्टर ग्रांट किया जाए, रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेशन, क्योंकि ये उसके लिए क्वालिफाई करता था। मैंने बता दिया पहले आपको कि वो क्या थे, इसमें बताने की आवश्यकता नहीं समझता। बस उन्होंने एप्लीकेशन लगाई इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के प्रेसिडेंट ने कि हमें रॉयल चार्टर ग्रांट किया जाए। नेक्स्ट, ए रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेशन वाज देन अप्रूव्ड। A royal charter of incorporation was then approved and granted to Institution of Engineers India, then existing institution, in 1935, which royal charter enacted IEI on royal list. एक रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इनकॉर्पोरेशन पास कर दिया गया और इस संस्थान को, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स को दे दिया गया। उस समय जो इंस्टीट्यूशन था 1935 में, वो अब रॉयल चार्टर नियमित हो गया था। विच रॉयल चार्टर एनेक्टेड IEI ऑन रॉयल लिस्ट, और इस संस्थान को राजा की लिस्ट में संस्थानों के पे लाया गया। ये इंस्टीट्यूशन उस समय के राजा के अंडर जो आते थे, किंग के अंडर जो आते थे, उनमें से एक हो गया। मतलब ये कि अब एक कंपनी नहीं रहा, एक एसोसिएशन ना हो के एक देश का, राजा का संस्थान हो गया। उसके बाद कहता है, सिंस देन दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन हैज़ बीन फंक्शनिंग अंडर चार्टर स्टैट्यूट मैंडेटेड बाय ऑन रॉयल चार्टर, मैंडेटेड बाय ऑन रॉयल चार्टर ऑफ इट्स इनकॉर्पोरेशन 1935 बाय टाइटल ऑफ चार्टर इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया चार्टर 95। और उस समय से 1935 से लेके आज तक एक चार्टर्ड स्टेटस पे, इसका जो पद है चार्टर्ड पद है, चार्टर स्टेटस है, रॉयल चार्टर्स को मिला हुआ है। वो आज भी उसी लैंग्वेज के साथ, उसी स्क्रिप्ट के साथ ये देश का एक संस्थान है इंजीनियर्स का, और अभी भी है। इसके पास वही चार्टर है और वो चार्टर हर सदस्य को लागू होता है, जो भी इसका मेंबर है उस पर लागू होता है। देयर हैज़ बीन इश्यूड नो फर्दर ऑर्डर और नोटिफिकेशन, there has been issued no further order or notification, either amendment or modification or repeal or abrogation or destruction or deferment or suspension or abeyance order pertinent to this royal charter since it's coming into force in India, भारत। उसके बाद जब ये चार्टर मिला, उसके बाद में कोई भी ऐसा आदेश नहीं आया, कोई भी ऐसी सूचना नहीं आई, कोई भी ऐसा नियमित सुधार नहीं आया, फर्दर सुधार नहीं आया, या इसको ख़त्म किया गया हो, कोई या इसको सस्पेंड किया गया हो, तोड़ दिया गया हो, उसको भगा दिया गया हो, इसकी ऐसी की तैसी कर दी गई हो, ऐसा लटका दिया गया हो। ऐसा कोई भी कागज़ आज तक 1935 के बाद नहीं आया इस संस्थान को कि हमने आपको ख़त्म कर दिया है, हमने आपको तोड़ दिया है, हमने आपको आग लगा दी गई है, या हमने आपको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया है, या ऐसा हमने कुछ कर दिया है कि आपकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है। उसके बाद ऐसा कुछ नहीं आया। फैक्ट रिमेन्स दैट इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया चार्टर 1935 इज स्टिल इन फोर्स ऑफ लॉ इन इंडिया, भारत, विच शुड बी कंसिडर्ड अकॉर्डिंगली बाई एवरीवन एंड ऑल सिटीजन्स। सच्चाई यही है, ये संस्थान इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया चार्टर 1935 अभी भी है। वो चार्टर अभी भी शक्ति में है, शक्तिशाली है, कानून के हिसाब से एक कानून है, और भारत, इंडिया में वो अभी भी है, चल रहा है। इसको समझा जाता है, हर आदमी को समझना होगा और हर नागरिक को ये बात जाननी चाहिए कि आखिर जिस तरह से और नियम है, ये भी नियम है। अब हम आगे चलेंगे। ये मैं आपको स्लाइड दिखा देता हूँ, बहुत ज़रूरी स्लाइड, और ये एक यू कैन से एक नेशनलिज्म टाइप स्लाइड, जो कि आपको जानना बहुत ज़रूरी। वो स्लाइड भारत का झंडा, भारत और उसके नीचे इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स, भारत का अभियांत्रिक संस्थान, अब आगे चलते हैं और ये है आपका कवर पेज, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया, रॉयल चार्टर, ये वारंट इशू किया गया. दिस इज कवर ऑफ वारंट having 22 documents in this, 22 declaration in this, or you can say 22 presents in this. और उसके बाद स्लाइड 13, इंजीनियरिंग प्रोफेशन इन इंडिया भारत, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया, IIS रॉयल चार्टर 1935, एक दूसरा टाइटल जो हमने बनाया. चलते हैं आगे और ये है आपका अब आपको आई स्टार्ट टॉकिंग ऑफ टेक्स्ट ऑफ रॉयल चार्टर. All these 22 present declarations, I'll come and talk to you, and each one if possible I'll try to show you here. So this page, as I said, is gone. This is about, and now it is Royal Charter, and now it is Engineering Profession in India, Bharat, Institution of Engineers India, IIS Royal Charter 1935, Conference on Equivalent Statutory Charter. This is a conference actually. Conference on Equivalent Statutory Charter title, Chartered Engineer India, relevance in laws and in India, Bharat. That's what I'm talking about. So now it is deliberation on IEI Charter 1935, and quote I'm quoting, Institution of Engineers India Royal Charter at court at Buckingham Palace. At court at Buckingham Palace on 30th day of August 1935, present King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council. This is language, this is text on printed on Royal Charter. This is actually start of charter. This is, you can say, we have some water first. This is charter start, and you have to be, till now I was just giving background how to do it, because if you have to explain something to someone, person should be clear about this, what I'm talking of, and that's most important from professional viewpoint. Means if I have to explain something, I have to explain rightly, clearly, without any doubt. Doubtful explanation got no meaning. I can again show you this better, so that I can again show you this and I'll go further. You must know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about this. Alright, now is there. Okay, now I move further. So this is at King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council, where is this was this day read at Board of Report of a committee of Lords of His Majesty, Most Honorable Privy Council, dated 1st day of August 1935, in words following namely, what it says? It says that whereas this day, read at board a report of a committee of Lords of His Majesty, Most Honorable Privy Council, dated 1st day of August 1935, in words following which, now this is, it says, King's Most Excellent Majesty in Council. So this is in council we are talking of, and reference to order in council respecting II Charter 1935. So what it says now, it says that, let me show you this first. It says what? It says that let me show, it's not clear actually. Let me now speak to you this. It says, Your Majesty, having been placed by your order, this is this committee is addressing to Majesty. This committee which just reported to Majesty, it's not saying, Your Majesty, having been placed by your order on 21st day of February 1935, to refer unto this committee this humble petition of Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell. Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell was president of institution at that time. Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell actually moved petition to that body of king which used to deal with this issue, and this is that address, that petition filed by Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell is submitted to you with this report. So it says, Your Majesty, having been placed by your order of 31st day of February 1935, to refer unto this committee humble petition of Sir Thomas Guthrie Russell, President of Institution of Engineers India, and others, praying for grant of a royal charter, grant of a charter of incorporation to said institution. Okay, this is that slide says, and it says that, so this is reporting reference to order in council respecting IE Charter 1935. Then we go further on next slide, that is Lords of Committee. It says, now this is another slide, I think I should show you, or continue, or let me better show you. There's a few, something important, so I should show you. Later on I will not show anything later on. You can see a file itself. I'm going to Lords of Committee. In obedience to this language is there. This only slide I'm showing you. I will speak from that which I am having on my computer. This is in mobile. I'm showing you just for information, because I don't have projector here just to directly show to you, or some other camera. I don't have any camera. It's inbuilt camera on my laptop I'm using. So if I connect to other camera, this camera goes off, so it's not possible that way. Okay, it says that Lords of Committee, in obedience to your Majesty's said order of reference, have taken said petition into consideration, and do this day agree humbly to report as their opinion to your Majesty that a charter may be granted by your Majesty in terms of draft herein to attest. Here committee addresses to King that we have taken into our consideration that petition, and we are humbly submitting to you that charter may be granted by your Majesty in terms of draft attest. This is report submitted in positive way to King, that we agree that this draft be converted to royal charter. Order that one. because this was your order, Majesty, that we should investigate, and we have investigated, we have done our work, and we reached to an opinion that your Majesty may order this charter according to this draft attached to issued. This was required. तो इस कमेटी ने कह दिया, अपना विचार दे दिया, अपना रिकमेंडेशन दे दिया किंग को, जॉर्ज फिफ्थ को, कि ये जो एप्लीकेशन या पेटिशन लगाया था रसल ने, इंस्टीट्यूशन के प्रेसिडेंट ने, इंस्टीट्यूशन के प्रेसिडेंट ने, जो अभी एक कंपनी है, कि उस ड्राफ्ट जो लगाया गया है उसके साथ उसको पास कर दिया जाए, उसको ऑर्डर दे दिया जाए, ताकि वो चार्टर बन जाए, रॉयल चार्टर का हिस्सा बन जाए। ये कहते हैं। अब हम आगे चलते हैं। अब आता है आगे, अब देखिए ऑर्डर कैसे करते हैं। अब मैं आपको फिर दिखा देता हूँ, क्योंकि ये भी कुछ स्लाइड्स, लीगल स्लाइड्स हैं जो आपको कम से कम पता तो होनी चाहिए। ये लीगल स्लाइड्स है, मैं आपको फिर दिखा रहा हूँ। दिस इज दैट लीगल स्लाइड। क्या हो गया? आगे चलता हूँ, उसमें मोबाइल ना बैठ जाए फिगर में, ये प्रॉब्लम होती है। सो इट सेज His Majesty, His Excellency, having taken into consideration said report. Now what Majesty says, having taken into consideration said report and draft charter accompanying it was placed by and with advice of his Privy Council. Look language again. His Majesty says, having taken into consideration said report means report of committee, and draft charter means that draft which is submitted to King by institution of engineers. Draft charter accompanying it was placed by and with advice of his Privy Council. Privy Council has already submitted advice, which is called statutory advice, to approve thereof and to order as it is hereby ordered. He ordered what? That most honorable Marquis of Jutland, King ordered that, I order this charter, I order that this charter be done, the past, and for that purpose I am ordering that most honorable Marquis of Jutland, one of His Majesty's principal secretaries of state, do cause a warrant. Warrant means original charter. Warrant means charter, both copy of charter and charter, which carries all powers. So do cause a warrant to be prepared for His Majesty's royal signature for passing under Great Seal a charter of conformity with said draft which is hereunto annexed. So, II Charter Act approved by His Majesty, King of Empire and colonies, including then India. So this is that one. Now, what actually is done now, a language of charter comes in, which I'll read without showing a slide on that, because it will take a lot of time. The slide I'll show you later on. I'm just showing you, because the slides will not give anything. I just try to show you what was done by King, and now its contents of charter, which are already available there. I'll put this charter now. What says? George the Fifth, by grace of God of Great Britain. Let me change the chart. That's all. Now says, George the Fifth, by grace of God of Great Britain, Ireland and British Dominion beyond seas, King, defender of faith, Emperor of India, to all to whom these presents shall come, greetings. What it says? George V, by grace of God of Great Britain, Ireland, and British dominions beyond seas, King, defender of faith, Emperor of India, to all to whom these presents shall come, greetings. Whereas association or institution incorporated under Indian Companies Act 1913 and known as Institution of Engineers India hath, HATS hath petitioned us, this that time of language, HATS hath petitioned us for a charter of incorporation such as is in and by these presents granted. Such as is in means in here, in draft, and by these presents granted, and whereas we are minded to comply with prayer of such petition, this is what it said, we are by these presents granted, and whereas we are minded to comply with prayer of such petition. This is language of this slide. So next one is now therefore we, by virtue of our royal prerogative, now therefore we, by virtue of our royal prerogative, in that behalf and of all other powers enabling us so to do, of our special grace, certain knowledge, and mere motion, do hereby for us, our heirs and successors, will grant, direct, appoint, and declare as follows. See how many wordings? It says, in that behalf and of all other powers enabling us so to do, of our special grace, certain knowledge, and mere motion, do hereby for us, our heirs, our successors, will grant, direct, appoint, and declare as follows. अब देखिए announcement है ये, इसमें wordings देखिए आप, what type of wordings are used, what does it mean. This is what we have to analyze. What is the intention behind that? What king wants to say? King's people state, well, of this is by my mere motion, my special grace, my certain knowledge means my complete information, and mere motion, I am moving myself, this motion, I am moving, Parliament is not moving, I am responsible for this, do hereby for us, for my heirs, for my successors, will means ichha, will, grant means allowed, direct means instruction, appoint, and you are there, my institution, and declare as follows. What does it declare now? It declares now, that's important. Now it's Article 1, we are now starting real language of charter. There's still now format of charter. Now we are coming to contents of charter, which is description for which this charter was meant. Article 1, or you can call it present 1, because charter says there are 22 presents or like that. Now this person, now the persons, what says? Persons now members of said association. Persons now members of said association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become members of body corporate hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtue of powers granted by these presents, and their successors shall forever hereafter, so long as they shall continue to be such members by virtue of these presents, one body, corporate and politic. I repeat because this is part of a para, it's very long para. So let me analyze one by one and we understand that way. It starts that persons or the persons. I actually do not generally use the, because this is waste of script of English. So I always avoid the. So anyway, the persons now, I say persons now members of said association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, and all such persons as may hereafter become members of body corporate hereby constituted pursuant to or by virtues of powers granted by these presents, and their successors shall forever hereafter, so long as they shall continue to be such members, be by virtue of these presents, one body corporate and politic, by name of Institution of Engineers India, the Institution of Engineers India, and by same name shall have perpetual succession and a common seal, with power to break, alter and make a new said seal from time to time at their will and pleasure, and by same name shall and may shew and be shewed in all courts and in all manners of actions and suits, and shall have power to do all other matters and things incidental or appertaining to a body corporate, including power to take and hold personal property and power to purchase, take on lease and hold lands, tenements or here determents, or any interest in any land, tenements or here determents, whatever in our Indian Empire for purposes of institution, and power to sell, let on lease, alienate or otherwise dispose of same or any part thereof. What does it mean? It says comments say IEI is a body corporate. It says IEI is a body corporate and politic by IEI chartered constitution. What is body politic? Question is a term applied to a corporation. What is body politic? We have got to define first. A term applied to a corporation which is usually designated as a body corporate and politic. Term is particularly appropriate to a public corporation invested with powers and duties of government. Term is often used in a rather loose way to designate state or nation of sovereign power or government of a country or municipality without distinctly connoting any express or individual corporate character. ये body corporate, this is about body corporate. What body corporate is, I try to explain that one, which is very important from understanding your point first. ये क्या कहता है आर्टिकल 1? आर्टिकल 1 ये कहता है कि आप जितने भी व्यक्ति हैं, जो भी सदस्य हैं इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के, जो अभी एक कंपनी है आज की तारीख में, आप जो भी सदस्य हैं इस संस्थान के, वो सारे लोग, वो सारे मेंबर्स, और या आज के बाद जो मेंबर्स बनेंगे इस बॉडी कॉरपोरेट के, और वो गठित करेंगे इस संस्थान को, जो भी संस्थान के मेंबर होंगे, जो इस संस्थान का गठन करेंगे, जो शक्ति हम दे रहे हैं आपको, ये संस्थान की शक्ति है, चार्टर की शक्ति, ये जो आपको आप कागज़ दे रहे हैं, जो हम आपको इस डॉक्यूमेंट दे रहे हैं, डिक्लेरेशन दे रहे हैं, लॉ दे रहे हैं, ये जो भी लोग इसमें होंगे, जो भी सदस्य होंगे और संस्थान का गठन करेंगे या आने वाले हैं या होंगे अभी, और जब तक भी वो होंगे अपनी ज़िंदगी में, जब तक वो ऐसे सदस्य रहेंगे इस संस्थान के, इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया के, तब तक रहेंगे तो रहेंगे। इसके मेंबर, जिसको हम बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट पॉलिटिक कह रहे हैं, जिसका नाम इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया है, और इसी नाम से इस बॉडी, ये जो संस्थान है, ये ऐसे ही चलेगा, चलता रहेगा। इनकी एक सामान्य मोहर होगी, मुद्रा होगी, और उसको हटा भी सकते हैं, उस मोहर को चेंज कर सकते हैं, बदल सकते हैं, नई बना सकते हैं उस मोहर को, उस मुद्रा को, और उसी नाम से चलेगा जैसा नाम इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स है, और इसी नाम से इसमें मुकदमा किया जा सकता है, केस किया जा सकता है, और ये संस्थान भी ऐसे ही केस कर सकता है किसी इसी नाम से। मतलब ये एक एंटिटी बना दिया गया इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स के नाम से, इसमें मुकदमा किया जा सकता है, और इसको ये भी मुकदमा कर सकता है किसी पर, और जो भी ये काम करेगा, इनको सब काम करने की जो करने चाहिए एक बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट के, ये करेंगे, उनको शक्तियाँ होंगी इस काम करने की। उसमें ये प्रॉपर्टी भी ले सकते हैं, और प्रॉपर्टी बेच भी सकते हैं, ज़मीन ले सकते हैं, ज़मीन बेच सकते हैं, लीज पे ले सकते हैं, लीज पे दे सकते हैं। वो सारी चीज़ें जो होती हैं, शक्तियाँ एक बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट की, ये कर सकते हैं हमारे देश भारत में, जहाँ जहाँ हमारा राज है। कहने का मतलब ये है। और ये भी कहते हैं कि बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट को मैं डिफाइन कर रहा हूँ। बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट किसे कहते हैं? बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट इन पॉलिटिक्स क्या है ये मैंने इसमें कमेंट्स डाले हैं, आपने जो पढ़ के बताया कि बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट क्या है। और एक कॉरपोरेशन को कहा जाता है, निगम को कहा जाता है कि वो कैसे बना, और उसकी पब्लिक कॉरपोरेशन है, उसकी क्या शक्तियां हैं। वो एक तरह की सरकार ही होती है, वो सरकार के काम करती है बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट यहाँ पे, क्योंकि ये चार्टरें बनी है तो अपने आप में एक सरकार है, खाली संस्थान है लेकिन सरकार भी है। जो काम सरकार करेगी वो काम ये कर रही है। सरकार ने, कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ने अपनी शक्तियाँ इसको दी हैं इस काम करने के लिए, इंजीनियरिंग काम करने के लिए, और ये वो करेगी। और terms is often used as a rather loose way to designate state or nation or sovereign powers or government. This is like जैसे देश की संस्थानें होती हैं उसी हिसाब से बॉडी कॉर्पोरेट होती है, पॉलिटिक होती है। और कहने का मतलब ये है कि ये एक व्यक्ति की नहीं है, एक संस्थान है देश का, ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। अब चलते हैं आगे। ये क्या तरह है? आई चार्टर आर्टिकल 2 और प्रेजेंट 2 दूसरा नंबर है इसका। ऑब्जेक्ट्स एंड पर्पसेस फॉर विच इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया हेयर इन आफ्टर कॉल्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन। अब उन्होंने पूरा नाम लेने के बजाय इसमें लिख दिया है कि हम इसको इंस्टीट्यूशन बोलेंगे। इस चार्टर में बार बार इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स नहीं बोलेंगे। इज हेयर बाई कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड आर टू प्रमोट general advancement of engineering and engineering science, general advancement of engineering and engineering science and their application in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and idea on those subjects amongst members of and persons attached to institution and others, and for that purpose। देखिए इसमें क्या कहता है ये, पहले भी पूरा पढ़ लेता हूँ। एंड फॉर दैट पर्पस टू प्रमोट एंड एडवांस साइंस, प्रैक्टिस एंड बिजनेस ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग इन ऑल ब्रांचेस हेयर एंड आफ्टर रेफर टू एज इंजीनियरिंग इन इंडिया। इंजीनियरिंग को डिफाइन किया, बताएंगे भी। और बी to establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to institution and others engaged or interested in engineering, so as to assure to each individual member as far as may be possible, equal opportunity to enjoy rights and privileges of institution. C. To diffuse among its members information on all matters affecting engineering and to encourage, assist and extend knowledge and information connected therewith by establishment and promotion of lectures, discussions or correspondence, by holding of conferences, by publication of papers, periodicals or journals, books, circulars and maps or other literary undertaking, by encouraging research work or by formation of a library or libraries and collection of models, designs, drawings and other articles of interest in connection with engineering or otherwise, howsoever. Then D. To promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating scientific and economic development of engineering in India, Bharat. Then comments I will tell later on, I am just reading for you. E. To establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering on such terms as may be settled by institution. I repeat, to establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering or on such terms as may be settled by institution. Then then F. To encourage, regulate and elevate technical and general knowledge of persons engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment, manual or otherwise, in connection therewith and with a view thereto, to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons, and to institute and establish professorship, studentship, scholarships, rewards and other benefactions, and to grant certificates of competency, whether under any act of Government of India or local governments regulating conduct and qualification of engineers or otherwise howsoever. Number G. To give Government of India, local governments and municipalities and to give Government of India, local governments and municipalities and other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with and ascertaining views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering, and to confer with said governments, municipalities and others, public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. Then next one is H. To encourage inventions and investigate and make known their nature and merits. Then I. To arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, and to encourage encourage settlement of dispute by arbitration, and to act or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem expedient, to promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. To do all such other acts and things as are incidental or conducive to attainment of above objects or any of them. Now, this is Article 2 I told. I'll go back to Article 2 to explain and comments on that. So Article 3 I'll go later on. Now I'm going to Article 2 repetition. And what is this? I think I missed that page. No problem. I'll find it. No problem. Okay. Article 2. If you jump back, you find some problem. So Article 2 is here, and I'm going to explain that one to you guys. Now what it says? It says that Article 1, no, Article 2, Article 2. Now it says objects and purposes for which Institution of Engineers India, hereafter called institution, is hereby constituted are to promote general advancement of science, engineering, etc. वो क्या कहता है? इसकी मंजिल क्या है? हमें क्या करना है इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को? ये किस लिए बना है? ये इसलिए बना है, हमने इसको इसलिए गठित किया है कि ये तरक्की दे, उन्नति दे, जनरल सामान्य आगे बढ़ने के लिए इंजीनियरिंग को, सामान्य इंजीनियरिंग को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए ये चलाए, ये इसको प्रमोट करे, और अभियांत्रिक विज्ञानों को, इंजीनियरिंग साइंसेस को प्रमोट करे। मतलब है कि जनरली आगे जाए, एडवांस करे इंजीनियरिंग को, और इंजीनियरिंग की जो साइंसेस हैं उनकी एडवांसमेंट करे, देयर एप्लीकेशन, और जो इंजीनियरिंग साइंसेस हैं उनको अप्लाई करे भारत के अंदर, देयर एप्लीकेशंस इन इंडिया, एंड टू फैसिलिटेट एक्सचेंज ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन एंड आइडियाज ऑन द से। और जो भी विषय होते हैं इंजीनियरिंग के, उनमें रिसर्च होती है, अनुसंधान होती है, आगे बढ़ते हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी आगे आती है, कुछ भी जो होता है, जो भी आगे आने की इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है, विज्ञान की इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है, उनको आगे बढ़ाने की, उनको लोगों में बांटने की कोशिश करे, उस इन्फॉर्मेशन को इंजीनियर्स को, दूसरों के सब में, और जो भी उसमें ऑब्जेक्ट्स हैं, ऑन दोज ऑब्जेक्ट्स members and members of and persons of this body, जो भी आइडियाज आते हैं, सब्जेक्ट्स के इंफॉर्मेशन आती है मेंबर्स को, उनको सबको मिले, says, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst members of this body. आप इसको आगे ले जाएं इंजीनियरिंग को, और जनरल सामान्य नॉलेज को आगे ले जाएं, उसके बाद और जो भी इंजीनियरिंग विज्ञान है, इंजीनियरिंग साइंस है, उनकी स्टडी अच्छी हो, एंड देयर एप्लीकेशंस इन इंडिया अच्छा हो, और इन्फॉर्मेशन इधर से उधर आए, सबको इन्फॉर्मेशन आनी चाहिए। मतलब कहने का ये है, ऑब्जेक्ट्स एंड पर्पस फॉर विच इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स इंडिया, हेयर कॉल इंस्टीट्यूशन इज हेयर बाय constituted are to promote general advancement of engineering and engineering science and their application in India, and to facilitate exchange of information and ideas on those subjects amongst members of and persons attached to institution and otherwise, and for that purpose this is now comments. Just wait a minute. Promote and advance science, practice and business of engineering in India, all the branches of okay. Hereafter referred to as engineering. Now what comments are? Now it says business of engineering. Business, oh my God, it slips, you know. Business of engineering includes all activities. It is my comments, what I understand by this. It's not written. I'm just this is my comment. I'm giving you. May comment yourself. This clause, which is this Article 1 subsection, where engineering is defined, but it says business of engineering includes all activities within profession. Business of engineering means it includes all activities within profession, including applications pertinent total complete engineering and its products, trade, managing relevant all controls, schemes, plannings, designs, contracts, bids, management, works, prosecution, quality, safety, claims, completion, arbitration, etc. Arbitration, etc. Whatsoever requirement it would be demanded on whatever project. So क्या कहता है? Comments. My comments on engineering are this definition of engineering are the practice and business of engineering are in all branches. That says business of engineering means or it includes all activities within profession, including applications pertinent total complete engineering and its products, trade, managing relevant all controls, schemes, planning and designs, contracts, bids, management, works, prosecution, quality, safety, claims, completion, arbitration, etc. Whatsoever requirement it would be demanded on whatever project. मेरा कहने का मतलब ये है कि मैं बिजनेस ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग कैसे परिभाषित करूँ. उसने परिभाषा दी एक्ट में, इसमें रॉयल चार्टर में. लेकिन मैं क्या समझता हूँ इसको कि जो व्यापार है इंजीनियरिंग का, व्यापार का मतलब बिजनेस हम जो डील करते हैं आपसे, व्यापार को पैसे से व्यापार की बात नहीं है. ये इसमें क्या आता है? सारे काम आते हैं, सारी एक्टिविटीज़ आती हैं प्रोफेशन की, और उसमें जो भी होती हैं, जैसे एप्लीकेशन कर रहे हैं हम, कोई काम कर रहे हैं, दे रहे हैं, कोई इस चीज़ को बना रहे हैं या कुछ कर रहे हैं, सब एप्लीकेशन ही है. एप्लीकेशन टोटल कर रहे हैं इंजीनियरिंग की, और उसमें क्या आता है? प्रोडक्ट क्या है, ट्रेड क्या है, उसको प्रबंधन कैसे है, फिर कंट्रोल क्या क्या है, स्कीम क्या है, उसकी प्लानिंग क्या है, उसका डिज़ाइन क्या है, और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या है. और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या है, बिड्स मैनेजमेंट क्या होगा, कैसे आप टेंडर लेंगे या देंगे, वर्क्स प्रोसिक्यूशन काम कैसे करेंगे, क्वालिटी कैसे लाएंगे, सेफ्टी कैसे लाएंगे, क्लेम्स कैसे तैयार करेंगे, कंप्लीशन कैसे करेंगे, और जो डिस्प्यूट हो जाएंगे कैसे सॉल्व करेंगे, आर्बिट्रेशन, whatsoever requirement it would be demanded on whatever project. डेफिनेशन दी है मैंने. अब हम डेफिनेशन देंगे बी की. इसके अंदर जो बी है, बी जिसको हमने कहा है एस्टेब्लिश, सब्सिडाइज, प्रमोट, फॉर्म, लेट अस से to establish, subsidize, promote, form and maintain local associations of members belonging to said institution and others engaged or interested in engineering, so as to assure to each individual member as far as may be possible equal opportunity to enjoy rights and privileges of institution. और ये क्या मतलब क्या कहने का देखते हैं. गायब हो जाता है लोग सीन से. ये क्या कहता है? हमें बनाने हैं, कम रेट पे प्रमोट करना है, आगे बढ़ाना है इन चीज़ों को. लोकल एसोसिएशन बना के हमको हर जगह, हर शहर में, लोकल शहर या जो भी स्टेट के अंदर है, एसोसिएशन बनानी होंगी मेंबर्स की, जो सदस्य होंगे इस संस्थानों के, इस इंस्टीट्यूशन के, जो काम कर रहे होंगे या काम करने वाले होंगे, इंटरेस्टेड इंजीनियरिंग में इंटरेस्टेड होंगे, और उन सबको हम ये एश्योर करेंगे कि हमारे सदस्य बने और अपने आप को नॉलेज बढ़ाएँ और हमसे अधिकार लें इस चार्टर से, और पॉसिबल इक्वल अपॉर्चुनिटी सबको बराबर की मिले और प्रिविलेज इंस्टीट्यूशन आपको मिले. हम क्या कर रहे हैं आप समझिए, पार्टिसिपेट कीजिए. सबसे बड़ी बात ये है, आप पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करेंगे तो हमारी वैल्यू नहीं रहेगी. हमारे को यूज़ कीजिए, ये मतलब इसका है. आप कह सकते हैं आगे कि हर व्यक्ति को ऐसा करने से आगे सीखने की चांस मिलेगा, अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगी, अधिकार तो मिलेंगे ही। अब आइए सी पर। सी पर आए तो पानी और पीने पड़ेगी, प्रॉब्लम होती है थोड़ा थोड़ा पीने से एकदम फिर प्यास लग जाती है। टू डिफ्यूज अमॉन्ग इट्स मेंबर्स, सी में बात कर रहा हूँ मैं डिटेल्स पे बात करना चाहता हूँ उससे, इसलिए आपको टाइम लगेगा। टू डिफ्यूज अमॉन्ग इट्स मेंबर्स, टू डिफ्यूज अमॉन्ग इट्स मेंबर्स इंफॉर्मेशन ऑन ऑल मैटर्स अफेक्टिंग इंजीनियरिंग। To diffuse among its members information on all matters affecting engineering, and to encourage, assist and extend knowledge and information connected therewith by establishment and promotion of lectures, discussions or correspondence, by holding of conferences, by publication of papers, periodicals or journals, books, circulars and maps or other literary undertaking, by encouraging research work or by formation of library or libraries and collection of models, designs, drawings and other articles of interest in connection with engineering and otherwise. क्या कहना है, हम क्या चाहते हैं? डिफ्यूज करना। हम चाहते हैं इन सदस्यों में जो संस्थान के ही इंफॉर्मेशन दे दी जाए, सब विषयों पर जो भी हमारे पास है। वो सारे विषयों पे जो इंजीनियरिंग के हैं या जिससे इंजीनियरिंग अफेक्ट होता है, प्रभाव होता है इंजीनियरिंग पे, हम सब चाहते हैं इन सदस्यों को दे दिए जाएं, उनको उत्साहित किया जाए, उनकी सहायता की जाए, उनके ज्ञान को बढ़ाया जाए और जो भी सूचना है उसके साथ ज्ञान को साथ मिलनी चाहिए, उनको मिलनी चाहिए, उनको दी जानी चाहिए, उनको संस्थापित किया जाना चाहिए, उनको आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए। किसके द्वारा? लेक्चर्स के द्वारा, डिस्कशन के द्वारा। लेक्चर का मतलब अब लेक्चर द्वारा, डिस्कशन द्वारा, करस्पॉन्डेंस के द्वारा, संचार के पत्र व्यवहार के द्वारा, या कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करने के द्वारा, या पेपर को पब्लिश करिए, टेक्निकल पेपर उसके द्वारा, या जर्नल निकालें, पीरियडिकल निकालें, किताबें निकालें, सर्कुलर निकालें, नक्शे निकालें, या दूसरी चीज़ें जो पढ़ाई के लिए आती हैं काम वो निकालें, या ऐसी कोई काम जिससे सारे मेंबर, सारे इंजीनियर को उत्साह मिले अपनी लाइन में, उससे वो रिसर्च करें, अनुसंधान करें और लाइब्रेरियाँ बने। लाइब्रेरी में किताबें हों, मॉडल्स हों, डिज़ाइंस हों, ड्राइंग्स हों और दूसरे कोई भी ऐसे आर्टिकल हों, कागज़ हों लिखे हुए, जिसमें सभी को शौक़ हो पढ़ने का, जिससे इंजीनियरिंग आगे बढ़े और इंजीनियरिंग को समझा जाए और जो भी काम किया जाए ऐसा हो। वो क्या कहता है ये? इट सेज हाउसएवर models, designs and drawings being part in engineering while others being research and innovation. तो ये आपका हो गया सी आपका हो गया। अब हम चलते हैं हम आगे। ए गया, बी गया, बार बार जंग मार जाता है ये, क्या कहूँ? सी क्या कहता है? ये यार बार बार कौन जा रहा है ये? सो सी डिफ्यूज अमॉन्ग इट्स मेंबर्स इंफॉर्मेशन हॉल, मैंने बता दिया आपको, ये हमको सबको देना पड़ेगा। जैसे बताया अभी तो दोबारा डी में जाना चाहिए, तो सॉरी डी। यस, टू प्रमोट स्टडी ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग to promote study of engineering with a view to disseminate information obtained for facilitating scientific and economic development of engineering in India. यहाँ पर हमको उन्नति देनी है, प्रमोट करना है आगे। प्रमोट कर क्या कहते हैं हिंदी में, पता नहीं क्या कहते हैं, पास का 20 साल। हमें एक जो स्टडी है या आप कह सकते हैं क्या पता है क्या अध्ययन है, इंजीनियरिंग का अध्ययन को, इंजीनियरिंग के अध्ययन को आगे बढ़ाना है, ऐसा दृष्टि रखते हुए कि उससे ये जो इन्फॉर्मेशन मिले अध्ययन करने के बाद वो सभी के पास पहुँचे, उन सभी के पास पहुँचे, और जो जिससे कि हमारा विज्ञान और हमारी आर्थिक विकास इंजीनियरिंग द्वारा देश का हो। मतलब यह कि हम इंजीनियरिंग की स्टडी को आगे बढ़ाएं, जिससे वो इन्फॉर्मेशन हम सब में बांट सकें जो मिले हमें साइंटिफिक डेवलपमेंट से, वैज्ञानिक विकास से, इकोनॉमिकल विकास से, आर्थिक विकास से, जो भी विकास हो इंजीनियरिंग के अंदर, जो भी विकास हो साइंस के अंदर, विज्ञान के अंदर, अर्थ के अंदर, अर्थशास्त्र के अंदर, और विज्ञान इंजीनियरिंग का हो दुनिया में, तो सब में बटा जाए। डी कहता है डी। अब मैं थोड़ा कमेंट किया उस पर। Now IEI is obliged to contribute to scientific and economic development in India. This is what it says. ये तो गलत नहीं है। अब आते हैं ई पर। हमारा ई क्या कहता है? To establish, क्या कहता है ई? To establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering on such terms and may be settled by institution. अब थोड़ा सा समझिए क्या कहता है। एस्टेब्लिश कीजिए, संस्थारित कीजिए, बैठाइए, एक्वायर कीजिए, कैरी कीजिए, कंट्रोल कीजिए, नियंत्रण कीजिए, सलाह लीजिए कॉलेजेस के बारे में, कॉलेजेस कैसे हों, स्कूल्स कैसे हों, एजुकेशनल संस्थान कैसे हों, जहाँ विद्यार्थी हों, जहाँ काम सीखने वाले हों और उनको एक अच्छी शिक्षा और ट्रेनिंग मिल सके इंजीनियरिंग की, ऐसे ही टर्म्स पर, ऐसे नियंत्रण पर जो उनको एग्रीमेंट करा सके, समझा सके या उनसे समझ सके किस तरह के शिक्षित होते हैं। अब तो उनको समझाना पड़ेगा, ये इंग्लिश की है ना। Establish, acquire, carry on, control or advise with regard to colleges, schools or other educational establishments where students and apprentices may obtain a sound education and training in engineering on such terms as may be settled by institution. Now comments है interested with IEI से विश्वास किया गया with give total advice on to Government of India on engineering education system. ये इसका है कि इस चार्टर के हिसाब से इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को ये विज्ञान एक ट्रस्ट दिया गया कि आप सरकार को, भारत सरकार को इंजीनियरिंग एजुकेशन के बारे में सुझाव दें, कैसा करना चाहिए, और सिस्टम बनाएं, कैसा बनाना चाहिए, इसके अंदर इनका भी भाग है। अब आइए ई पर, एफ पर। एफ क्या कहता है? टू एनकरेज, रेगुलेट एंड एलिवेट टेक्निकल एंड जनरल नॉलेज ऑफ पर्सन्स engaged in or about to engage in engineering or in any employment, manual or otherwise in connection therewith, and with a view thereto to provide for holding of classes. Well, अब देखिए क्या कह रहा है? To encourage, regulate and elevate technical knowledge. आप उनको उत्साहित करें और उनके टेक्निकल ज्ञान को, उनके तकनीकी ज्ञान को, उनकी जनरल नॉलेज और सामान्य ज्ञान को उन व्यक्तियों के जो इंजीनियरिंग में काम कर रहे हैं या इंजीनियरिंग में काम करना चाहते हैं या ऐसे किसी दूसरे काम में चाहते हैं जो मैनुअली हो, जो दूसरी तरह भी हो, अगर वो चाहते हैं ज्ञान को बढ़ाना, उनको प्रोत्साहित करें कि टेक्निकल नॉलेज को रेगुलेट करें, तकनीकी ज्ञान को, एंड एलिवेट करें, अपने ज्ञान को रेगुलेट करें, एलिवेट करें, ये वो कहना चाहता है। ये काम इंस्टीट्यूशन करे उन लोगों के साथ उनकी सहायता करने के लिए जो इंजीनियरिंग में काम कर रहे हैं या काम करना चाहते हैं, किसी भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, किसी भी, वो चाहे मैनुअल हो या रेगुलर हो। और इसी के लिए आपको चाहिए संस्थान को कि क्लासेस कंडक्ट करें, टेस्ट करें, एग्जामिनेशन करें, अदरवाइज कंप्यूटर ओके with a view thereto to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons and institute and establish professor. Okay, ये जो दो लाइन कह रही हैं, with a view thereto to provide for holding of classes and to test by examination or otherwise competence of such persons, ये हमारा दृष्टिकोण है कि हम ये सब करने के लिए हमने ऊपर कहा है, उनको एनकरेज करें, उनको आगे बताएं। उसके लिए हमको क्लासेस लगानी होंगी, इंस्टीट्यूशन को क्लासेस लगानी होंगी, और क्लासेस लगाने के बाद, उनको समझाने के बाद, पढ़ाने के बाद उनका टेस्ट लेना होगा, उनके टेस्ट लेने होंगे, एग्जामिनेशन करना होगा, और उसके पश्चात नहीं तो उनकी कॉम्पिटेंसी को देखना होगा। उनका टेस्ट लें, उनका एग्ज़ाम लें, या उनकी कॉम्पिटेंसी देखें कितनी है, उनकी कैपेबिलिटी कितनी है उस काम में जो वो करने जा रहे हैं। और इसी काम के लिए एजुकेशनल लेवल के लिए इंस्टीट्यूट जो है, टू इंस्टीट्यूट एंड एस्टेब्लिश प्रोफेसरशिप, इसके लिए आपको पढ़ाने वाले शिक्षक भी चाहिएंगे, स्टूडेंट भी चाहिएंगे पढ़ने वाले, और स्कॉलरशिप भी आपको देनी होंगी, रिवार्ड्स देने होंगे, अदर बेनिफिशंस देने होंगे। क्या कहता है ये? टू इंस्टीट्यूट एंड एस्टेब्लिश प्रोफेसरशिप, स्टूडेंटशिप्स, सच scholarships, rewards and other benefactions, and to institute and establish professorship, studentship, scholarship, rewards and other benefactions, and to grant certificates of competency. See, most important point has come now. Examination or otherwise competence of such persons, and to institute and establish professorship, studentship, scholarship, rewards and other benefactions, and to grant, अब ग्रांट करने आ रहे हैं हमारी जो भी इंस्टीट्यूशन है या जो भी कमेटी है, ग्रांट सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी। सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी वो क्या होता है देखेंगे। सर्टिफिकेट कॉम्पिटेंसी वेदर अंडर एनी एक्ट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स regulating conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise house servers। बात समझने की है, लटकाने की नहीं है। समझने की क्या है, बात को समझना होगा। Who is there else? Welcome Mr. Gulam, welcome Mr. Anand, good morning all, Mr. Namain, good morning. So this is that, alright। Welcome all. Welcome all. Good morning. All right. Now, सीधी बात है भाई, आपको काम दिया जाता है, आप ये देखिए कि आप इनको कैसे उत्साहित करें, इनकी टेक्निकल नॉलेज बढ़ाने में, तकनीकी ज्ञान को समझाने में, बढ़ाने में, रेगुलेट करने में, उठाने में, उनका सामान्य ज्ञान बढ़े, तकनीकी ज्ञान बढ़े। जो इंजीनियरिंग में काम कर रहे हैं या इंजीनियरिंग में आना चाहते हैं या नौकरी करना चाहते हैं, काम करना चाहते हैं, और उनकी क्लास लें आप, उनका टेस्ट लें आप, उनका एग्ज़ाम करें आप, या जैसे भी आप चाहते हैं आप करें। जांचें पड़तालें कि वो लोग किस तरह से कम्पिटेंट बन सकते हैं, बन गए हैं, वो कितना काम कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए आप प्रोफेसर भी बनाएं, स्टूडेंट भी बनाएं, स्कॉलरशिप भी दें, रिवार्ड्स भी दें, बेनिफिट्स भी दें, और सबसे बड़ी बात सर्टिफिकेट दें उनको कॉम्पिटेंसीज का कि वो क्या कर सकते हैं। आप सर्टिफिकेट कॉम्पिटेंसी दे सकते हैं, ये अधिकार इंस्टीट्यूशन को दिया गया। आप प्रमाण पत्र दीजिए कि वो क्या जानते हैं, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है जो लोग समझते नहीं हैं। सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी ऑफर किया गया है, इनको राइट दिया गया है इनको। नाउ चाहे वो किसी भी सरकार के कानून में हो, उस टाइम गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया था एक्ट, whether under any act of government of India or local governments regulating conduct and qualification of यही तो प्रॉब्लम है, चलता नहीं है पूरा। झटका मारता है ना, वही प्रॉब्लम है इसमें। ऑलराइट, सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी आप देंगे, जिसका मतलब क्या है? लीगल कैपेबिलिटी बोलते हैं कॉम्पिटेंसी को, कि व्हाट इज योर लीगल कैपेसिटी, आप क्या काम कर सकते हैं। तो इंस्टीट्यूशन रेगुलेशन करता है, चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर बनाता है, प्रोफेशनल इंजीनियर बनाता है, और सीनियर टेक्नीशियन बनाता है, बहुत से बनाता है। आप देखिए लिस्ट जाके, हर तरह का टेक्नीशियन, हर तरह का इंजीनियर है वहाँ, मेंबर्स हैं वहाँ, उनके अपने टाइटल्स हैं। तो सर्टिफिकेट्स ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी वही होती है, आप क्या कर सकते हैं, ये टाइटल आपको बताएगा आप क्या कर सकते हैं। आप एसोसिएट मेंबर हैं, चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर हैं, आप क्या कर सकते हैं। आप मेंबर हैं तो क्या कर सकते हैं, आप फेलो हैं तो क्या कर सकते हैं, और आप प्रोफेशनल इंजीनियर हैं तो क्या कर सकते हैं, चार्टर्ड इंजीनियर हैं तो क्या कर सकते हैं, और दूसरे पद आपके पास हैं तो क्या कर सकते हैं। ये वैसे पद हैं जिसमें पोस्ट नहीं होती, जिसमें आप घर से भी काम कर सकते हैं, सब कुछ कर सकते हैं इसमें। दैट इज कॉल्ड सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ कॉम्पिटेंसी। आप इंस्टीट्यूशन देगा। बड़ी बात, वेदर अंडर एनी एक्ट ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया और लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स रेगुलेटिंग कंडक्ट एंड क्वालिफिकेशन ऑफ इंजीनियर्स और अदरवाइज हाउस, जहाँ भी सरकार के नियम हैं, चाहे वो भारत सरकार रही हो, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स रही हो, या कोई भी अथॉरिटी रही हो, जो चाहती हो कि आपका देश का इंजीनियर कॉम्पिटेंट रहे, रेगुलेट करे, चेक करे, उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन, उसका एक्सपीरियंस, और नहीं तो गलत है सब। ऑलराइट, सो ये यही कंपनी बात, सरकार जहाँ चाहती है, भारत सरकार का नियम जहाँ चाहता है, कानून जहाँ चाहता है, एक्ट जहाँ चाहता है, लोकल एक्ट जहाँ चाहते हैं, लोकल सरकारें कहाँ चाहती हैं, जहाँ भी हमको इंजीनियर को रेगुलेट करने की जरूरत होगी, इंजीनियर किस तरह से कंडक्ट करेगा, किस तरह से काम करेगा, क्या उसकी क्वालिफिकेशन होगी, वो सब ये करेगा। सर्टिफिकेट ऑल्सो एग्जाम लेटर से स्टार्ट एग्जामिनेशन अदरवाइज कॉम्पिटेंस ऑफ सच पर्सन्स एंड टू मे इंस्टीट्यूट एंड एस्टेब्लिश प्रोफेसरशिप्स, studentships, scholarships, rewards and other benefactions and grant certificates of competencies whether under any act of Government of India or local governments regarding conduct and qualifications of engineers or otherwise however. आपने थोड़ा कमेंट भी किया है इसमें, आपको बता देते हैं क्या कमेंट किया है. Official certification respecting engineers' competency authorization has been mandated to IEI under IEI Charter, which is a statutory function covered as authority. What is authority? तो आगे चलते हैं. अब क्या कहता है जी में, टू गिव गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, टू गिव गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, local governments and municipalities and other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with and ascertaining views of engineers. ये देते हैं इस इंस्टीट्यूशन को कि आप सरकार को, भारत सरकार को दीजिए, लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स को दीजिए, निगमों को दीजिए, म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ को दीजिए और दूसरी पब्लिक बॉडीज़ को दीजिए और जो भी चाहे उसको दीजिए कि वो आपके साथ बात कर सकें ऐसे विचारों के बारे में जो इंजीनियर्स को प्रभावित करते हैं, जो सीधी तरह से या प्रत्यक्ष रूप से इंजीनियरिंग को अफेक्ट करते हैं. और उन सरकारों से आप विचार कीजिए, उन म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ से आप विचार कीजिए और उन पब्लिक बॉडीज़ से आप विचार कीजिए और जो भी हैं जो इंजीनियरिंग को अफेक्ट करते हैं उस पर विचार कीजिए. ये कहते हैं टू गिव गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, लोकल गवर्नमेंट्स एंड मैनी म्यूनिसिपैलिटीज़ Government of India, local governments and municipalities, other public bodies and others facilities to confer with them a certain views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering and confer with said governments, municipalities and others, public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. Once again I read this. To give Government of India, local governments, municipalities, other public bodies and others. To give Government of India, to give to local governments, to give municipalities, to other public bodies and others facilities for conferring with and ascertaining views of engineers as regards matters directly or indirectly affecting engineering and to confer with said governments, municipalities and others, public bodies and others in regard to all matters affecting engineering. IEI should be comments here of the IEI should be utilized. IEI should be utilized in by all constitutional and statutory agencies, bodies, agencies for relevant issues, but regretfully that state of affair has been in doldrum so far since everybody ignored or condoned IEI obligations and statutory errors. Now, let's go to next page. H. To encourage inventions and investigate and make known their nature and merits. To encourage inventions and investigate and make known their nature and merit. इसमें क्या कमेंट कर सकते हैं? You can say, to encourage invention and maintain. So you can say here, I will go back, I think by clip sometime. to signify part of II Charter for Applied Science and Development in India. Now to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contract. That is very important one. It's very important and aptly responsible one, which generally we do not understand. As engineers, no walking, no exercise in this lockdown. I could not walk for more than 40 days. I could not walk. I'm used to walking every 6 kilometers every day. It's my habit, but I cannot walk these days, and that's what I'm lazy. I'm getting lazy. Lazy and have abdominus also. Well, to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, to encourage settlement of disputes by arbitration, to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem expedient. So, this is saying this charter powers you to arrange and promote adoption of equitable form of contract and other documents used in engineering. This find is really very powerful, but I don't think we have done something in this regard. Institution as a body and members as individual entities of this institution. You can say, being member of this body, we are members of this body, real members of this body, original members of this body, because we have got chartered in ourselves. Chartered engineer we are, chartered engineers we are, but we have not fulfilled this, arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering. And we have not done that, to be frank, except with some charge, some seminars or something, which actually is not a part of this rule, that to arrange and promote adoption of equitable forms of contracts and other documents used in engineering, and to promote was to encourage the settlement of disputes by arbitration, and to act as or nominate arbitrators and umpires on such terms and in such cases as may seem expedient. Now some comments are there. I like to, this for me, by me only, that contract formats based on equality basis lead to no disputes or to least disputes, while arbitration conciliation route minimizes litigation fine. I should say that we have not done something on contracts or equitable contracts, and we have not done something on arbitration or lead on arbitration or execution arbitration or purpose arbitration. We have not added anything, to be very frank. We have not added anything. Okay. Now, saying to promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing. To promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. Are we doing that? This is very important point we are talking of, which is, though it's one line statement, it says to promote efficiency and just and honorable dealing, and to suppress malpractice in engineering. I'm laughing on myself. Because corporate means member, chartered engineer has to work in efficient, has or what. So efficiency we have to promote. My comments before I go to explanation is corporate member, chartered engineer has to work on efficient basis, must deal with honor and honored by corporate member chartered engineer has to work on efficient basis, must deal with honor and with must deal with honor and with engage and with engineering must and justice must combat corruption in all matters. Alright, no problem. Must deal with honor and with engineering justice, must combat corruption in all posts. This is very important point. Unfortunately, we did not do anything in this to promote efficiency and just honorable dealing and technology. Actually, we augmented malpractice in engineering, to be very frank. We never looked to our rights, we never looked to our duties. Most corruption is because engineers did not care for that. In fact, they, I think, promoted that mostly those engineers who are working with government, who are not very serious about business of engineering, for whom job is everything. And I can't blame them as well, because we were that level in 1948, we had everybody interesting to eat, and they do not bother about people. They are not bothered about that. They speak will bother, will bother. So there is no question of justice, there is no question of judgment on this. There is no question of what engineers think. Actually, Indians think nothing. Indians think nothing. So you should know what I am saying is right or wrong. Where is question of efficiency? When we are not efficient, we don't know efficient. We will be efficient only when the quality and quantity and everything we have to take into care. So we are not doing that. So efficiency is not done. Efficiency doesn't mean just run. It means good work, accepted work, fine work, good work. And malpractice, how to be honor and justice. You have to do your duty. And finding this retired people do not have so malpractice suppression is very important. We are, you can say, kind of police in malpractice of engineering, but we are ourselves doing malpractice, so you cannot say how can we help ourselves. If some bridges collapsed, something collapse is happening, and you say this is not my job, it's the engineer's job, it's machine. So 2 points are efficiency and honorable dealing and malpractice suppression. Efficiency, we can never be efficient. We can be efficient if we like. What does efficiency mean? Efficiency, what is efficiency? This nation is not efficient itself, forget engineers. And if engineers become efficient, everything will be fine. Efficient means what? Right job, timely job, cost effective job, actions all included. I always suppress dishonesty, I always suppress bad work, but alone I cannot do everything. You need cooperation, collaboration from others. When I was young, too young student, you can say, or very in beginning of career, when the relatives used to say, "Oh, you are engineer, I keep engineers in my pocket." This was coming from his cousin. He was not very well educated, but he was a contractor. "You are engineers?" "What engineer? I keep engineers in my pocket." I used to laugh. You are nothing with to say, "You are engineer, but I am businessman. I can buy you. I pay you and you are mine." Such a statement people make. But they are right. I don't condemn that. Because if you are just accepting everything, you are accepting substandard work, you are accepting every kind of stealing, you are not caring for job, you are mixed with contractor, you are harming nation. What's the meaning of them? You are being present, you are being in room. What's the meaning? There's no meaning. That is very burning point we will have to say. If you understand that, that's fine. In efficiency we are to increase. We have to be dynamic, we have to be honest in working, and we have to control activities, we have to control contractors rightly, we have to control staff, we have to control all machines, equipment ourselves. We don't allow anybody to play with engineering just to get some benefit of economy. We should not allow that, but we did not do anything in this regard. We just kept mum as usual. As usual, we kept mum. We can mum, we keep mum always. We don't open our eyes, open our eyes. Others may come and complain, but we don't go. Let them complain themselves. You can sit in the office for 6 7 years. They will ask you to leave office and go. You say, I am official. You may say, I am very busy, I don't have time, that all is excuse, I don't accept this. When you are an engineer, you have to control everything directly or through some associate or assistant. You cannot blame others. And if you improve yourself, I know you can improve, you know everything. Maybe you are forced under certain circumstances by your seniors, by your bosses. Or you got some greed in your mind, everything in mind that you accept everything. So I can look both you, myself, and my honor and others. Their final, their objective is only to get this positions and money. So they don't bother about anything. Quality they are unable to maintain. Safety they are unable to maintain. They are only able to maintain simple. I get how much I get, X salary, I should get 5x money. This thought must go. This is malpractice. Mal or mal, this is a malpractice. Okay, you are getting this benefit, then who shall respect you? Think of. You are getting this kind of bribe or commission or whatever money in case, who shall benefit you? Who shall respect you? Who will regard you? Time of international communication and leaders. So what we have to do? Well, I should not criticize all time everything. My simple wording is very simple. That if you can change your attitude, this is important. So this one line to promote efficiency, better to promote efficiency, and dealing in just way and honorable way, and suppress malpractice in engineering. That is, and then the other one is to do all. Now this is another one, and this is also very simple. To do all such other acts. All such other acts and things as are incidental or conducive to attainment of above objectives or any of them. His comment says, II has been charted to work out procedures and policies so as to achieve chartered objectives, which means constitution of application of engineering regulation that comes under II, ambit by head of engineering, head of engineering. So which means constitution of application of engineering regulation that comes under II ambit by virtue of II charter mandate empowering II as such so to do to constitute engineering regulations. II got mandate to regulate engineers. II got mandate to regulate engineers registration, recognition, respecting relevant competencies and defining limitations on permits and respecting such competencies. II has also been chatted to regulate requirements for Alright, now I got mandate to regulate engineers' registration, recognition, respecting relevant competencies and defining limitations of permits respecting such competencies. I also been chartered to regulate requirements for conducting professional practice and respecting all other limits. Government and agency bodies should refer such issues to II for reference. So ये क्या कहता हूँ, मैं कह रहा हूँ ये कमेंट्स में कि II को एक अधिकार मिला है एक प्रोसीजर पॉलिसीज बनाने का और चार्टर्ड ऑब्जेक्टिव्स को प्राप्त करने का, इसीलिए बना है संस्थान, उसको रेगुलेट किया गया है, स्टैट्यूट किया गया है और ये संस्थान है। हमको ये बात समझना चाहिए कि इंजीनियरिंग की एप्लीकेशन आपको लगानी पड़ेगी, उसको रेगुलेट करना पड़ेगा। आई हमारे साथ कितना भी रहता रहे, लेकिन असली बात तो ध्यान नहीं हो रहा है। इसलिए और हमारे जो भी काम दिए गए हैं वो करने चाहिए, और अगर हम ये काम नहीं करेंगे, हम इन रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा नहीं करेंगे, जो काफ़ी हमने नहीं भी की हैं, तो हम क्या करेंगे फिर? इंस्टीट्यूशन की ज़रूरत क्या है? लेकिन इंस्टीट्यूशन को बहुत काम है, इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे है, नेशनल लेवल पे, स्टेट लेवल पे है। उनका आधा समय तो एनरोलमेंट में ही चला जाता है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में बहुत बड़ी बात है। Well, we'll go next point. Article 3. Article 3. That is with a view to, now what it says, I go little slow on this because this article is a very important part of talk. If you don't understand article, you will understand nothing. I'm feeling thirsty all the time. Why? Maybe because I'm sitting in fan. I don't know. It's already 7 or 6. 6. Oh, 6:30. So 1 hour more. What happened? First moving. It's not moving. So it says that Article 3, with a view to better attainment of objects of institution shall use its best endeavors to arrange, insofar as not already arranged, subdivisions of India into areas and establishments of local centers for members and others of attached to institution who reside or are occupied in those areas, and shall from time to time prescribe and when desirable alter boundaries of such areas, which shall be regulated in such manner and such manner as bylaws for time being of institution prescribe. Very simple. Again, with a view to better attainment of objects of institution shall use best endeavor to arrange, insofar as not already arranged, subdivisions of India into areas and establishment of local centers for members and others of attached to institution who reside quite in those areas, and shall from time to time prescribe and when desirable alter boundaries of such areas, which shall be regulated in such manner as by laws for time being of institution shall present. सिंपल है. आर्टिकल कहता है कि आपको इस इंस्टीट्यूशन ने जो शक्ति दिया उसके द्वारा आप इसकी जोग्राफिकल डिवीजन्स बनाएंगे. अगर नहीं बनी है तो लोकल सेंटर्स बनाएंगे, स्टेट के सेंटर्स बनाएंगे, सब डिवीजन्स करेंगे, जिससे कि हर सदस्य जो इंस्टीट्यूशन का है जिस भी क्षेत्र में वो रहता है हो सके तो वहाँ उसको एक सेंटर मिले, लोकल सेंटर मिले, स्टेट का सेंटर मिले या कोई भी सेंटर मिले उस संस्थान की तरफ से, जहाँ वो अपनी नॉलेज बढ़ा सके, पार्टिसिपेट कर सके समय के हिसाब से, जो भी उसकी इच्छा हो, उसकी अप्रोच हो, और उसको संस्थान चलाए जिससे उसके एरिया की प्रमोशन हो, नॉलेज की डिसेमिनेशन हो. ये इस तरह का इसमें है. मतलब यह कि अल्टीमेटली आप सेंटर्स बनाने की बात करें जो आज बने हुए हैं, उस समय भी थे और जहाँ नहीं थे वहाँ बनने थे. ये है आर्टिकल. और ये क्या कहता है इससे आगे, II has already been operating foregoing provisions. All such centers have been excellently successful, obliging to comply with II charter requirement to promote engineering and business. तो आगे चलते हैं. Article 4, what does it say? Institution shall not carry on any business or trade. Institution shall not carry on any trade or business or engage in any transaction with a view to pecuniary gains or profit of members thereof. साफ है कि ये जो संस्थान है कोई भी ट्रेड नहीं करेगा, कोई भी बिजनेस नहीं करेगा, कॉमर्स नहीं करेगा मतलब, और अपने आप को नहीं लगाएगा किसी भी सौदे में, ट्रांजैक्शन में, गेन्स में, जिससे कोई भी संस्थान को गेन ना हो या किसी भी सदस्य को गेन ना हो. मतलब ये कहने का. आगे चलते हैं. Institution shall not carry on any trade or business or engage in any transaction with a view to pecuniary gains or profit of members thereof. No member, no member shall have any personal claim on any property of institution and no part of income or property of institution. No member shall have any personal claims on any. Okay. No member shall have any personal claim on any property of institution and no part of income or property of institution shall be paid or transferred directly or indirectly by way of dividend or bonus or otherwise directly or indirectly. However, by way of profit to members of institution of engineers, parts thereof. However, by way of profit to members of institution except on all basis. मतलब ये साफ है कि आपका कोई भी संस्थान का प्रॉफिट किसी भी सदस्य को नहीं जाएगा, कोई भी सदस्य संस्थान से कोई प्रॉफिट नहीं लेगा, और इंस्टीट्यूशन का कोई प्रॉफिट भी होता है तो इंस्टीट्यूशन के लिए होगा, वो बिजनेस के एंगल से नहीं माना जाएगा। हाँ, अगर कोई मेंबर सर्विस करता है इंस्टीट्यूशन की या सैलरीड ऑफिसर है उस इंस्टीट्यूशन का तो उसका लेगा। Member of service to institution, member of I Alright, we'll go further. I थोड़ा comments ले लेते हैं, इसके थोड़ा comments देख लेते हैं। IEI is a public authority constituted by incorporation of charter, incorporation of members who work in the field under authority from now I'll go further. This special बात नहीं है इसमें। Article 5. Article 5. ये जो मैं आर्टिकल्स आपको बता रहा हूँ, these articles are actually objective of institution। बाकी आप ही बाद में आप बात करेंगे। ये आर्टिकल 5 क्या कहता है? There shall be a council of institution। परिषद होगी इंस्टीट्यूशन की, consisting of such members or such number of members with such qualifications and to be elected or constituted as such members of council in such a manner and to hold office for such term or duration council of institution. Very important point. With such qualifications and to be elected or constituted as such members of council in such manner and to hold office for such period and on such terms as to re-election and otherwise as by laws for time being of institution shall direct. एक देयर शैल बी काउंसिल ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन, एक परिषद होगी इस संस्थान की, consisting of such number of members with such qualification and to be elected or constituted as such members of council in such manner and to hold office for such period and on such terms as to re-election and otherwise as by laws for time being of institution as research. और सोशली ये काउंसिल होगी, परिषद होगी, अपने आप ही लोग चुनेंगे उसको, पढ़ लिख के सारे हैं और सबकी अच्छी क्वालिफिकेशन होंगी, जो भी दी जाते हैं क्वालिफिकेशन, डॉक्टर हैं, इंजीनियर है, FIM है, जो भी होंगे, और उनको मेंबर ही चुनेंगे, मेंबरों को मेंबर चुनेंगे काउंसिल के, और वो ऑफिस उतने टर्म में रहेंगे जब तक कि वो लॉ के अंदर है, बाई लॉज के अंदर मेंशन है। और इलेक्शन हो सकता है तो होगा, नहीं हो सकता तो नहीं होगा। और ये सभी जो हुए से पकड़ लीजिए। ऑलराइट, आपने समझ लिया होगा, काउंसिल है, मेंबर्स होंगे, सारे पढ़े लिखे हैं, क्वालिफाइड हैं, आपस में चुनेंगे, काउंसिल चलते जब तक की उनकी दोनों एक जनरल है, बाई लॉस कहते हैं चलेगी, तो इसमें कोई इतना सोचने की बात नहीं है। सो इसमें आई काउंसिल गवर्नस ओवर प्रोविजंस ऑफ चार्टर एक्सेट्रा एक्सेट्रा, रेगुलेट करता है अपने आप को। आगे चलते हैं, आपको आप आर्टिकल 6 है, वो देखते हैं क्या कहता है। Unless and until bylaws for time being of institution shall otherwise direct council at their last meeting prior to the annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from among their members a president for ensuring year, and president is so elected shall enter into office at that ensuing annual general meeting and shall be ex officio a member of council for ensuing year। समझ लीजिए मतलब क्या है। है ना थोड़ा सा, council at their last meeting prior to annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from among their number of presidents, number a president from their number a president, जो भी members होंगे council के उन्हें president खुद चुनेंगे आने वाले साल के लिए, और annual general day पर, जनरल मीटिंग के डे पर वो साहब एंटर कर जाएंगे अपने ऑफिस में, और जो दूसरे साहब होंगे आउट गोइंग बाहर हो जाएंगे, एक्स ऑफिसर बन जाएंगे। सो इट सेज काउंसिल एट देयर लास्ट मीटिंग प्रायर टू एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग, काउंसिल एट देयर लास्ट मीटिंग प्रायर टू एनुअल जनरल मीटिंग, council at their last meeting prior to annual general meeting of institution in each year shall elect from amongst them the number of a president for ensuing year, and president so elected shall enter into his office at that ensuing annual general meeting and shall be ex officio a member of council for ensuing year। Of members of council of institution other than president, such member as shall coincide with total number of local centers for time being of institution shall be vice president, and said vice president shall be respective chairman for time being of So this is very simple. वही चलता है, ये simple mechanism है of the members of council of institution. Other than president, such number of as shall coincide with total number of local centers. As such numbers shall coincide with total number of local centers for a time being of institution shall be vice president, and said vice president shall be respective chairman for time being of several local centers for time being of institution. Vice president shall be respective chairman for time being of several local centers. Now Article 7. Now these are names given to those people at that time are available, and members of council and president of council names are given there. I'll just name few, otherwise no need of naming. So that got no meaning now. Article 7. First president of institution shall be Sir Thomas Colonel. He was a colonel. Shall be Colonel Thomas Buthari Russell, who actually moved application for this charter. And first vice president shall be Lieutenant Colonel Alexander. So they're all army people, I think, all army people. And first vice president shall be Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Irving Slay, Woody, and Norman Bruce Macbeth, Rao Bahadur Karnapati, Venkata Krishna Swami Chetty, Alexander Fordes Harvey, and Khan Bahadur Muhammad Abdul Aziz. So these are names only. Names pertinent defined members petitioners have been omitted on this because you can, if you want to see names, you can go to Real Charter on the institution's website, Institution of Business website, will find complete information. It's available. Royal Charter is written on that. So that doesn't matter now. Now what's written is that said president, vice president, and members of his council, said first president of institutions shall be Colonel Council. So first president okay. These are their first president is done, no problem. I will go to the next slide, and that is said president, vice president, and members of council shall respectively hold office as such until they due election and coming into office of their successors in accordance with bylaws of institution, but shall be respectively eligible subject to such bylaws for re-election if otherwise qualified. अपने आप चलता रहेगा भाई. President, Vice President, members of council shall respectively hold office as such until due election and coming to the office of their successors in accordance with bylaws of institution, but shall be respectively eligible subject to such bylaws for re-election otherwise. So my comments are formal procedure respecting holding of II offices framed within charter in line to present. So you have to follow that. Now we'll go to Article 8. Article 8. Article 8. Institutions shall have such officers. Institutions shall have such officers with such functions, tenure and terms of office as bylaws of institution may prescribe, and such other officers and servants as council of institution may from time to time appoint. भाई अधिकारी भी होंगे, इंस्टीट्यूशन है, अधिकारी भी होंगे, और जो ऐसे काम करेंगे उनका कितना काम होगा, कितने समय का होगा, उनकी क्या कंडीशंस होंगी, टर्म्स होंगी, बायलास के हिसाब से होंगी, और जो भी बायलास कहेंगे वो होगा, क्योंकि बायलास तो हम मेंबर्स ने बनाना है, और ऐसे अधिकारी, ऐसे नौकर, कर्मचारी जैसा काउंसिल चाहे वैसे ही अपॉइंट कर सकेगी, टाइम टू टाइम के हिसाब से। और फर्स्ट सेक्रेटरी ऑफ सेशन इज चैतानंद शैत्या शैत्या शैत्याना चैतन्य चांसेल। चलो नाम लिख दिया गया है पहले, कोई बात नहीं है। ओके ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम। सो आई थिंक फर्स्ट सेक्रेटरी ऑफ फर्स्ट सेक्रेटरी बता दिया चैतन्य है। डायरेक्शन अबाउट टर्म्स ऑफ होल्डिंग आई ऑफिस bearers are well as the rural employees. Okay, now alright, now I go to article 7 is over. Now it's 7 is over. I think it's 8. Yes. Okay. आर्टिकल 8 का भी हो गया है, आर्टिकल 9। ओके, आर्टिकल 9। There are actually 22 articles and I'm going to read article 9 now. Maybe you're saying I am doing this on this. No problem, I'm just trying to release my energy, sleeping energy. I want to release that because I want to be an active. Government and control. Article 9, Present 9, Government and control of institution and its affairs shall be vested in council subject to provisions of these presents and to bylaws for time being of institution. What terms it says, government and article. Government and control of institution and its affairs shall be vested in council subject to provisions of these presents and bylaws for time being of institution. Business of council shall be conducted in such manner as council may from time to time prescribe. इस इंस्टीट्यूशन का सरकार कौन होगी, इसका नियंत्रण किसके हाथ में होगा? इसका नियंत्रण काउंसिल ऑफ काउंसिल के हाथ में, काउंसिल ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन। कम ऑन टाइम तो समझ गया काउंसिल है, उसे काउंसिल सरकार है हमारी भाई, हमारी सरकार बोलते हैं, हमारी तो काउंसिल सरकार है। इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ बिजनेस सरकार, काउंसिल है, बात कर रही है। गवर्नमेंट एंड कंट्रोल, सो वी आर सरकार। ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस, वी आर गवर्नमेंट ऑफ आवर सेल्फ, वी आर सेल्फ गवर्नमेंट। हम कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं अपने आप को। भैया आपको क्या तकलीफ है? यही तो नहीं समझ आता उनको, यही बात उनकी बुद्धि में नहीं आती कि हम सरकार हैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन की, इंजीनियरिंग की, वो इस बात को समझते नहीं हैं। यही झगड़ा है। वो चाहते नहीं कि हम इतने ऊंचाई पे बैठें, वो चाहते हैं नीचे गिर के बैठ के हमारे सामने। यही प्रॉब्लम है, और कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, अदरवाइज कोई प्रॉब्लम है ही नहीं। नाउ इट सेज दैट आई काउंसिल इज आई फंक्शनल गवर्नमेंट फॉर कंडक्टिंग कंट्रोल्स, दैट्स ऑल। एंड उसमें लिखा गया था business of council shall be considered conducted as prescribed. Business of the council shall be conducted in such manner as council may provide from time to time. So IA is a functional government as far as hearing is concerned. Alright, now I'll go to other one. This is very normal actually. I just wanted to prove that this Article 9 is a powerful article. We are also government, and we have to control ourselves. We have a general body which is above council, When council is government, just try to think, when council is government, what we are? We are parliament. Simply say, we are member of institution of India. Means institution of India is like legislature to enact engineering, and we are members of that. If we are corporate members, we are members for that purpose. Means we are members of this government, which is institution of India. It's a government, and we are a member, and above them, and that's why I keep asking questions. It cannot do any harm. Now next one is 10. I think you understand all this. 10. If you do not understand, I can't help it now. I explain to you as much as possible. And if you cannot understand, then I'm sorry. Nobody can help you. You have to understand this. If you can't understand, fine. Don't understand what to do. Now it's 10, Article 10. Somebody is there. Is this Cyril to welcome, good morning Cyril to, and this is Satyendra Agrahari, Mr. Satyendra Agrahari, good morning, welcome, and Mr. Sil Donji, welcome. Alright, whoever is there, they're all welcome. All who like, they are welcome, like that, they are welcome. It's like that. So let's move further. Article 9 or 10. All powers of institutions shall be vested in and exercisable by council, except so far as same are by these presents or by bylaws for time being of institution expressly required to be exercised by institution of Yes. Alright, all powers of the institution shall be vested in and exercisable by council, except so far as same are by these presents or by bylaws for time being in force of prime institution expressly required to be exercised by institutional general meeting, general body meeting. जो भी शक्तियां हैं इस आप कह सकते हैं चार्टर में, जो भी शक्तियां हैं और जो भी बायलॉज बनाए हुए मेंबर्स ने खुद बनाए हैं, वो भी जो सब काम काउंसिल करेगी, लेकिन जो बायलॉज बनाने हैं उसकी अप्रूवल जनरल बॉडी के हाथ में होगी, जो काउंसिल से ऊपर है, जो इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफ यूज उसको हम कहते हैं जनरल बॉडी। जितने भी कॉर्पोरेट मेंबर्स हैं इंस्टीट्यूशन के, वो जनरल बॉडी हैं। 1 लाख है, 80,000 है, 90,000 है, या जो भी होंगे या हैं, वो सब मिलके FI, MI, AMI सब मिलके जनरल बॉडी बनता है, जो काउंसिल जिसको रिपोर्ट करती है। अगर मैं FI हूँ, जनरल बॉडी का मेंबर हूँ, अकेला नहीं, पूरे मेंबर्स मिलके, जिसको हम जनरल बॉडी कहते हैं, काउंसिल को इंस्ट्रक्शन देते हैं, और काउंसिल क्या कर रही है, क्या नहीं किया, क्या करना था, वो जवाब देती है जनरल बॉडी को। जनरल बॉडी इंस्टीट्यूशन है और काउंसिल उसके अंडर आती है। काउंसिल सरकार है और इंस्टीट्यूशन की जो पब्लिक है, जो कॉर्पोरेट मेंबर की बॉडी है, वो एक तरह की देश की पब्लिक है। जैसे हम वोट देते हैं, MP चुनते हैं और फिर वो सरकार चुनते हैं, ऐसे ही हम वोट दे के इस काउंसिल को चुनते हैं, मेंबर्स को चुनते हैं, सबको चुनते हैं, और फिर वो मेंबर्स काउंसिल को चुनते हैं। हम भी काउंसिल को चुनते हैं डायरेक्टली, काउंसिल प्रेसिडेंट को चुनती है, काउंसिल के मेंबर्स वोटर चुनते हैं। इस तरह का सिस्टम है, बायलॉज में दिया हुआ है। तो मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ दैट सच सिस्टम द वी जनरल बॉडी पीपल all corporate member of institution of Unions constitute this body, general body, and we are institution of Unions India, and council is there which serve us. This council acts on behalf of charter It applies all to the charter and serve us and public. That is function of council. But council is in itself an entity within this. It cannot go against corporate members. If corporate members intend to raise some issue, they have full right, absolute right to do that. And this body is required to respond to accountable to जनरल बॉडी ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन. ये सब कह रहा है कि जो भी बाईलॉस चेंज है, कुछ चेंज है, जब तक जनरल बॉडी की अप्रूवल नहीं होगी चेंज नहीं हो सकता है. कुछ भी आप ऐसी पोजिशन आ रहे हैं देश के हित में है, लेकिन वो ऐसे आदमी से हो रही है देश में नहीं जानता, उसको ये बात आपको समझानी होगी, नहीं तो आप कुछ नहीं कर रहे हैं. Now it's still time, I'll continue, it's only not even 7. So all powers of institution shall be vested in and exercisable by council except so far as same are by this presence or by bylaws for time being of institution expressly required to be exercised by institutional general meeting. And its comments are here, I will give you certain, so I return to II Council reports about all affairs to II General Body Meeting. AGM, that is called, is conducted every year once, and in that meeting new president comes in office and old president becomes past president. This council conducts meeting, general body meeting, in which whatever is, suppose there is a revision to bylaws, that is shown accepted or not accepted. There is approval on balance sheet, there is approval on appointment of new auditor, and so many other issues are there which are there. Council informs people what's happening, this what happened this year, what we are planning, what is happening, all that, how many seminars were conducted, what happened, means whatever kind of whole year's performance is submitted to general body meeting, and general body accept them or doesn't accept them. It depends upon general body. And this is a complete system, and if system says something you have to listen. You have to listen forcefully or not forcefully, but if you have to work like that in general body, you can do that. Now come on to article next one. That's, I would say, for this constitution of council, we have to elect them through votes, means real votes. It's not simply saying votes. As a civil engineer, a civil member, I vote 5 every year, not every year. When I have to vote for council, I have to vote for my local center, I have to vote like this, I vote to 5 persons. And then like that means you have to vote separately for your local center or state center, and you do like that. But I never participated in any election except being voter. I was voter, I may not have whatever. I never ever tried to get any council seat or any seat because I want to remain active member of society. I don't want to be bound by regulations. That is my approach. Similarly, I don't try to come into picture where government is involved, because if you are bound by certain regulations, you cannot move your way. It's better to be active, so that active person is a person who can raise questions. If you are within body where questions are answered, you cannot raise questions, and you need courage to raise questions. One person who can raise questions means that person analyzes something and raises questions. If you keep silent and don't raise questions, nobody will answer you. Nobody is going to take attack on itself. So I therefore prefer to be an active member where I am, so that I have a freedom to think. If I am bound by regulations or some internal body, I cannot think. Even if I think I cannot speak, that's why it's better to be open. And fail to remain in sun is better than to remain in AC office, because you can understand what sun is, what sunlight is. That's what I mean to say. I'll go to next one. That's Article 11. Article 11. Now this is a descriptive article. Till now we were only management articles. Now it's non-management article. There's something related to public. There's something related to public, engineering public and other public. I'm trying to take time on this because it never happened in career of institution, in life of institution, that they try to explain to people, they try to explain to public. This never happened. I did not see that. I have been member since 1981, and you can say 19 years and these 20 years, around 40 or 39 years. I didn't find any reflection that institution does itself to submit to public for purpose of dissemination of information of this charter. And that's the reason that this charter went in store, in pile down. People did not know, and I'm sure even institution council members do not know what it is all about. And I want to tell them, learn first. You are there in offices, that's okay, fine, you work there. But you have to learn first what your duty is, what your job is. Your job is a lot which you missed in last 70 years, 80 years. No problem. But when you open your eyes, you can see. When you close your eyes, you cannot see. Just having some documentation is not adequate. You have to apply that as well. That's very important point. IES, very big institution. In fact, this is an only institution which is powerful in this country. There is no other institution in this country which has granted a charter. Only institution in this country is this. This is in record. This is in record, on record. Even architects were given act only, and that was in 1972. Yes, there is chartered architects act. I mean to say institution of chartered accountants, and there is medical council, and all these are acts. But this is an authority. This is a charter. This is a constitution. This is different. Try to understand meaning of constitution. You will learn it. This itself is King's Act. King who is above all. Some public hero in our country, above all. In our country, Bharat, who is above all? Public is above all. Not any institution. Public is above all. They say Parliament is supreme. Yes, Parliament is supreme, but Parliament is having representative character. Our Parliament is having representative character, not original character. It's under constitution of this country. It's representative. Government is representative. Court is original, but court is also under constitution. While public masses as whole, they are not under constitution. Constitution is for them. Constitution is for them because they have given this constitution themselves. That is difference. If public intends to change this constitution in different manner, there is no provision of referendum in that constitution, but public itself is a referendum, because public devised this. You can say public designed this with the help of Dr. Ambedkar and Chairman Committee of Constituent Assembly, and public adopted this, enacted this. It's public that enacted this. This means public is real parliament, not representative parliament. There are representatives in parliament and public, they are original people. They do not represent anybody. There's a difference. In fact, 130 crore people, or you can say above 18 years, let's say 70% people who are voters, 80 crore people, they are parliament. That is real parliament, which people have to understand. Same thing here, we are members of general body, we are institution. Corporate members are institution of engineers, India, not council. Council serves them. Now Article 11, sometime you have to say that way so that you can understand. I'm not claiming anything, but try to disseminate, wash your brains. What actually, there was some hidden, this was rubbed up actually. This charter was rubbed up by some public. If you go and ask some IES official, I have discussed this in Annex of Parliament offices with certain people, because I at that time applied something. Those people did not understand anything, joint secretary and the secretaries. They were just confused with this is constitutional or this is statutory. This is long back I'm talking, not talking now. Long back. They could not understand anything. And they did not consider that my application as well. They rejected that. Because I am alone. I am young, small boy. Who knows me? Nobody knows me. And they are IAS, big people. It's difficult to talk to them, to enter their offices. I discuss with them. But who wants to give you power? Nobody shall give you power. You have to catch power yourself. Nobody gives power to anybody. You have to pull power yourself. If you cannot pull your power, how shall you work in field? That's the point. Now, Article 11, what does it say? That's the point. I have 5 minutes more, I think I have. I don't know how many minutes I have. I cannot cross 4 hours because my laptop heats up. That IT guy told me don't use more than 2 hours one time, but anyway, I am taking risk because, well, it's 15 minutes more only. I don't know, but I do not lose this laptop also for sake of something. So this is Article 11. Unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, there shall be 5 classes of members of institution termed respectively honorary, life members, honorary members, members, associate members and companions. That is original provision. Honorary, life members, honorary members, members, associate members and companions. This is original provision, of whom members and associate members shall be known as corporate members. Means of whom members and associate members shall be known as corporate member, and honorary life members, honorary members and companions shall be known as non-corporate members. Now just for your refreshing memory, I would like to say something here. Here members and associate members are given. This is an original position of charter is, but later on fellow was added later, I think in 97 probably, which year I don't exactly remember. Let me see, comments I have something there. It says that, I don't know what's that. Chartered, sorry, it's missed there. Where it's gone. Yes, Article 11. This was added later on. If I speak some members, I would know. No problem. Anyway, somewhere else, fellow was added later on by amendment of bylaws, because institution charter gives powers to members to amend bylaws, and members, and these members were added. That's of information. Originally this was said. So let's go to further talk, and that is non-corporate members. Honorary life members, honorary members, companies shall be known as non-corporate members. Members of said existing association is members of said existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, who by virtue of these presents become members of institution, shall be deemed to have entered institution as members of same class as that to which they belonged to said existing association or institution. What does it mean? Members of said, members of this given association, members of said existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India, who by virtue of these presents become members of institution, shall be deemed to have entered institution as members of same class as that to which they belong in said association. Simple means आप जिस क्लास में थे पिछले वाली कंपनी में, जो कंपनी थी पहले इंस्टीट्यूशन, उसी क्लास में आप इसमें आ जाएंगे, इसका सीधा सा मतलब है, कोई बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, रूल होते हैं, कॉमन चीज़ें हैं ये, So this is nothing very specific. So I now come to other one, and that is other point, and that is that one. Let us see how can go. If I have some time I want to use. Well, maybe I close it earlier, no problem. But let me go to other class, and that is this one. Oh my God, what's happening? I don't know. So let's go to other class now. What comment says? Comment says charter defines various classes of membership. IEI would enroll or register at its initiation as chartered body, which membership classes may be amended, added or modified to meet future requirements to be affected by IEI Council and General Body of IEI. So this is just explanation of that, not a big deal. Let's go to now Article 12. Article 12. Unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, institution may attach to itself students, associates and subscribers, which expressions shall have meanings respectively assigned to them by articles of association and by laws of existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India. Students, associates and subscribers attest to said existing association or institution shall be deemed to be attached similarly to institution. So this is same, means charter explicitly defines respecting students and associates to be attached to IEI for informal engineering studies. So it's very simple. I think once again I read just no explanation of this. Unless and until bylaws of institution shall otherwise provide, institution may attach to itself students, associates and subscribers, which expression shall have meaning respectively assigned to them by articles of association and by laws of existing association or institution known as Institution of Engineers India. Student, associates and subscribers attached to said existing association or institution shall be deemed to be attached similarly to institution. So we go to Article now 13. Article 13, qualifications, methods and terms of admission. Qualifications, methods and terms of admission, privileges and obligations, including liability to expulsion or suspension of members of each of said 5 classes, respectively, shall be such as bylaws for time being of institution shall direct. And comment is IEI Charter empowers IEI to define criteria pertinent admissions and expulsions in various membership classes. So what it says, उनकी qualifications means आपको एडमिट करना है, मेंबर्स को एडमिट करना है, आए लोगों को एडमिट करना है, उनकी क्या योग्यताएं होंगी, उसका क्या तरीका होगा एडमिशन का, उनकी क्या टर्म्स होंगी, उनके क्या विशेष अधिकार होंगे, उनकी क्या ड्यूटीज़ होंगी, उनकी क्या कार्रवाई करनी होगी, उनको जिम्मेदारी होगी, और जिससे कि उनकी क्या गलतियां होंगी जिससे उनको निकाल दिया जाए या सस्पेंड कर दिया जाए, जो भी मेंबरशिप क्लासेस होंगी, जैसा भी हमारे उपनियम कहेंगे, बाइलास कहेंगे, जो भी उस समय होंगे, जिस टाइम वो केस होंगे, जो भी बाइलास कहेंगे वो माना जाएगा और जो भी काउंसिल कहेंगे वो माना जाएगा. तो क्वालिफिकेशंस, मेथड एंड टर्म्स ऑफ एडमिशन, privileges and obligations, including liability to expulsion or suspension of members of each of said 5 classes, respectively, shall be such as bylaws for timing of institution shall direct. Simple. We go to 14, Article 14. Council shall alone have powers to decide conclusively respecting each person proposed for or seeking admission to any class of membership of institution, whether one has or has not fulfilled such conditions as are applicable to this case or case. काउंसिल को पूरा अधिकार होगा, पूरी शक्तियां होंगी फैसला करने का फाइनल रूप से कंक्लूसिवली हर केस में उस व्यक्ति का जो एडमिशन चाहता है, दाखिला चाहता है किसी भी क्लास सदस्यता का, उसको दाखिल किया जाए या ना किया जाए, उसको एडमिशन दिया जाए कि ना दिया जाए, ये अधिकार काउंसिल का होगा। क्या कंडीशन हो उसको देने के लिए, उस केस में ये अधिकार काउंसिल का होगा। काउंसिल शैल अलोन हैव पावर टू डिसाइड conclusively respecting each person proposed for or seeking admission to any class of membership of institution, whether he has or has not fulfilled such conditions as are applicable to case, and comments II Charter empowers Council to adjudicate decision on election of membership to II in line to मीटिंग II डिफाइंड क्राइटेरिया। और अब आते हैं आर्टिकल 15 पर। सारे तो नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगा, जितने पढ़ पा सकते हैं ठीक है। आर्टिकल 15 पर, आर्टिकल 15, ए मेंबर ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूशन शैल बी एंटाइटल्ड टू फॉलोइंग डेजिग्नेशंस टू exclusively use something different, you know. Exclusive means what? If you say it's given after his name of abbreviated designation MIE India, AMIE India, or else. What does it mean? After his name you write FIE, MIE India, or whatever. This is exclusive. Means once you write this, you need not write what degree you have or what diploma you have or what is sufficiently indicating that you are member or fellow or associate member. This what says. Exclusive use. A member of institution shall be entitled to an exclusive use of title after his name or designation abbreviated as MI India, an associate member of abbreviated designation AMI India, a companion of abbreviated designation COMP IE India, an honorary life member of abbreviated designation Honorable Life MI India, an honorary member of abbreviated designation Honorary MI India, etc., etc. This would be exclusive. No need expanding this I am first diploma or then degree on then this and this and this. This itself contains everything. This is what it says. This is a statutory designation or this is chartered designation. This is not normal designation. This cannot equate with the society designation, which is only society, for example, institution of mechanical engineers or institution of electronic engineers or what is telecommunication engineers or institution of some electrical engineers or some institution of civil engineers. This does not equate to them. They can never equate to this. This is a statutory chartered designation, and those are registered designations. Those are society designations. There's a difference, a line of control here. You cannot say this, can say that's difference. Just for this purpose, I tried to explain to you what does it mean, and it's very important to know this. An exclusive use of designation is significant herein, which it does not require any member right using any academic education qualification after name, but IEI designation alone, exclusively. FIE references FIE India, grade added later by operation of bylaw amendment 1974. So FIE was added in 1974. Professional Engineer India, elite certification added later in 1995. International Professional Engineer India, elite certification designation added in International Professional Engineer India Elite Certification empowered by International IPEA International Agreement IPA around 2010-2011, and this is what explanation is all about. This is article number 15, and because article number 15, so I have covered article from 1 to 15 along with background study, background thought of this, which are very important. Actually, I was interested to tell you all that in a different way. I think first time you are getting this information, and this information you are getting is first time regarding this law of land of Bharat in such an elaborated contents with such explanations, and I am happy for that. At least somebody is doing. So I am not appreciating myself, but question is not appreciation here. Question is dissemination of information to fellow Indians and whole world, that we are not sleeping. Although it was since 1935, it's too late, yet it's in force till now. Members should know what they are, students should know what they are, and top of that, national public should know what they are. I know English people know it, they know it, because I have worked with them and they understand this. They respect this because they are also same. They are having many such institutions in their country which are chartered one. So they understand all this. It's our people, our advocates, our judges, our IES, our other educated people, our universities, our IITs and all that. They are all unaware of this charter. I want to just inform them, just to disseminate this talk to them, that they should refer their knowledge to this first. Understand what I'm talking. I know there are many IITs, fellows, members of this institution, but just becoming fellow or member or associate member is not adequate qualification to understand this institution. You have to understand root of this institution. You have to understand value of that institution, what value it is. If you don't understand value, you cannot use that value. If you don't understand instructions on this charter, construction of this charter, or what this charter requires you to do for it, you may be council, you may be public, you will not think of that, because you are doing seminars, that's fine, that's welcome. You are conducting congresses, that is welcome. You are issuing journals, that's welcome. You are doing everything that you can do, but you are not empowering your engineers. That is the deficiency in your approach. You have not known what engineers are. You are behind certain bill, certain this and certain that. And there are institutions also, other institutions in engineering, which are not very much in understanding about what it is. They should also open their eyes. This is for them. This is not coming from skies. This institution is their institution. They just want to confuse government also. They just want to confuse parliament. You try to empower this rather than running for something else. Why do you run for something else? You have this piece of law in your hands. Why do you waste your time? You ask parliament, you ask government to amend this law better, rather than asking them, requesting them to bring another law. For what? If another law comes, what shall happen? After all, this is also a piece of law. You ask them to amend this. This is whatever in hand is better than nothing in hand. Means, do not think a different way. Try to understand legal position. Something in hand can be amended easily. There can be ground for that. That there's a long, it's about 35 and now how many years you see? 65 into 85 years. For 85 years there has been no amendment to this. So it's the right justification you amend this. Why not to think that way? Rather than thinking they make another law. How you think they can make another law when there's already a law? Make it a complete permanent law. Join this. Lay down this platform. Why do you want another one? Why it goes on? Why your face value? You think, can you have another law? If you think, then you are not thinking in fact. You're locked here. Can't be. This is on record. This is recorded one. See Acts, Architect Act. See other acts, bylaws of all states clearly mentioned. One should be member, corporate member of Institution of Engineers, which was Royal Charter 1935. You can see Architect Act. You can see all of those. See your NBC. You will find that. So why do you need something else? First read that. Don't read in isolation. Just like you read contracts in isolation. No, don't read in isolation. Isolation does not help you. And with this, I like to close this talk today. But I continue it. Maybe one talk more or two talk more, I'm not sure. I'll try to finish in one more or maximum two more. Then I'll try to start FIDIC and management. Maybe you understand. I know people don't like it. I know it. It's not on your liking. This is not my country alone. Again I am saying, I am not honor of this institution. State is honor. Charter is honor. Parliament is honor. Government is honor. President is honor. Public is honor on top of that. It's public body. It's neither mine nor your alone. But you think that way, it's not yours. That is your lack of thinking. Check your mind in this approach. Check it. Try to understand law, and that's the reason I am saying, always referring to constitution of this country. In further explanation we'll discuss that. How does it relate to constitution? And that's very important. I therefore take your leave now, and thank you very much, gentlemen. Hope you understand.